no wara niwa gitarodan danon ganyo gehaga niwa guhonjoda. Oswega nidewageno. So hi everyone, I'm Corinna Williams. I'm a Turtle Clan Mohawk from Six Nations of the Grand River Territory. I grew up there, my family's still there, but for the last while I've been living in Vancouver and working at Huberman Law Group with Jeff. So, oh, is that better? Thanks, Shirley. Okay, this actually makes me feel a little better that I'm like, maybe you can't all see me and you can see the presentation instead. But so I work with Jeff as a lawyer, and I also work at the law school at the University of British Columbia, where I'm a professor. I'm adjunct faculty, so that means I come in and I teach a class and then I leave and I go back to my job. And so when we were asked today by your leadership to talk a little bit about the duty to consult and to help kind of bring everybody up to speed, what does it mean when we're talking about consultation? So we hear these words all the time as Indigenous people. Oh, there's a project going ahead. Did they consult? They didn't consult properly. Well, what are we actually talking about? What does it mean? So I'm going to, if you'll all indulge me, basically just bring you along into what I would teach in the law school when we're talking about this topic. So this afternoon, we'll spend a little bit of time in law school together. Oh, yeah.
So what you're seeing on the screen now is the three of us working together. Me, obviously, Corinna, obviously. The third lawyer we work with, Crystal Tan. If you're interested in finding out a little bit more about us, those of you with phones, you can easily search us. The website is right there. It's www.hubermanlawgroup.com. But let's keep moving.
Okay, so I'm going to keep clicking along, but I also wanted to say just my thanks to all of you for your patience with us this afternoon, but also for such a warm welcome, for feeding us and taking really good care of us while we're here. And thanks to Jackson for letting us use his photograph as the background of our presentation as well. So this bubble that you can see behind me is Section 35 of the Constitution Act of 1982. And when the Constitution Act was negotiated, there was, as I'm sure all of us know, a lot of discussion over what are we going to do about Aboriginal rights? How are they going to find their way into the Constitution? What's the wording going to be? How will they be protected? And so what they settled on is the existing Aboriginal and treaty rights of the Aboriginal peoples of Canada are hereby recognized and affirmed. When the Supreme Court talks about Section 35 Aboriginal rights, they say that the grand purpose of this part of the Constitution is the reconciliation of Crown sovereignty with the pre-existence of our Indigenous sovereignty. And this is really important as we start to discuss things like the honor of the Crown, the duty to consult, and even when we're interpreting treaty rights. The Supreme Court says that reconciliation is meant to be kind of the driving force, that it's meant to be in all of our minds when we're talking about Aboriginal rights, treaty rights, consultation. We're always meant to have that notion of reconciliation in the back of our mind. So what are Aboriginal rights? They are inherent rights of our communities. They are the things that we do and that we've always done that make us who we are. So it's, you know, if we didn't have the ability to do this thing, we would not be the same people. And typically courts have thought about this as, you know, oh, well, those are people that fish. Those are people that trap. Those are people that hunt. But now we're starting to see a broader understanding of what Aboriginal rights really are. So they've started to expand this notion into, if we did not have the ability to care for our children, we wouldn't be the same people. So child welfare is starting to become understood as an Aboriginal right. Language preservation, restoration, revitalization. You know, if we didn't have our languages, would we be the same people? And particularly also notions of self-governance. If we weren't able to use our legal systems, would we be the same people? So when we're talking about Aboriginal law in Canada. We're talking about how the Canadian legal system deals with us and our rights. Those rights are the things that make us who we are. If we didn't have these rights, we wouldn't be the same people. They're also collective rights. So I'm Haudenosaunee. I don't have all of the Haudenosaunee rights rest with me. They rest with all of us as a nation. They're collectively held. Treaty rights are an Aboriginal right, but they're kind of different. So you can see in this bubble, Aboriginal and treaty rights. Treaty rights are as they're contained in the treaty. They're what is set out and agreed upon in the treaty. Aboriginal rights are kind of broader. They're everything, everything else that we use and rely on that maybe wasn't captured in that agreement. So courts and governments recognize Aboriginal rights. They know that we have these rights, that they're constitutionally protected and they exist, but they'll often say, oh, you're just saying that. You're just asserting that you have those rights. We don't really know what they are until you go to court and you get a declaration. So how do you prove that you have Aboriginal rights? The test for Aboriginal rights comes from a case called the Queen and Vanderpeet. And the court says, in order to be an Aboriginal right, the activity has to be an element of a practice, custom, or tradition integral to the distinctive culture of the Aboriginal group claiming the right. And they ask us to be able to show that at the time of first contact with a European person, were we doing this? Was this something that was so integral to who we are that we wouldn't be the same people without it? And we use that date of contact as the kind of point where our rights gel. And that's a problem because it means that this test for Aboriginal rights, it's not based on notions of governance or sovereignty. It's purely race-based. When you saw a European person, what were you doing? And so the Quebec Superior Court has said, well, actually, maybe it's time for a new test. Maybe we can do better than that. And so they've come up with a new test in a case called the Queen and White and Montour. And that test is really grounded in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, something that Councillor Muswagon brought up earlier. And that new test is asking, first you have to show the collective right. Then you have to show that that right is protected by an Indigenous legal system. And that whatever you're doing, that exercise of that right in question is, or whatever has brought you to court is an exercise of that right. So it's a much broader test. It's based in ideas of, recognizing Indigenous legal systems, moves away from being a purely race-based exercise, relies on the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. But that's only the test in Quebec right now, and that case is going to the Court of Appeal. So right now, kind of broadly speaking, we're stuck with the Vanderpeet test, but we're actually going to start to see a move toward something that aligns more with our own understandings of our legal systems. So you heard me talk a little bit about the honor of the Crown before. What does it mean? So the honor of the Crown is an idea that came out of some of the Supreme Court cases where they're looking at how the Crown is behaving with Indigenous peoples, and it's basically the standard of conduct that the Crown is expected to meet. So in a case called the Queen and Badger, which had to do, I think, with Treaty 5, the court said the honor of the Crown is always at stake when the Crown is dealing with Indigenous people. And it's so important that you can't have any appearance that you're doing anything, they say, sharp dealings, anything untoward, anything inappropriate. The Crown is perceived to be held to a very high standard whenever it's engaging with us. And you can see this quote that I took from the Mikisew Cree Supreme Court case from 2018. The ultimate purpose of the honor of the Crown is the reconciliation of pre-existing Indigenous societies with the assertion of Crown sovereignty. Reconciliation is the fundamental objective of the modern law of Aboriginal and treaty rights. The purpose of Section 35 of the Constitution Act is to facilitate this reconciliation. So we're kind of starting to build out. We know what Aboriginal rights are now. We know what Section 35 is. And we can see that this notion of reconciliation is employing all of these different concepts to try to reach this ultimate goal. One of the things that it relies on is the honor of the Crown, that the Crown will always behave well when it's dealing with us. So the duty to consult flows out of the honor of the Crown. And it arises whenever the Crown knows or ought to know about an Aboriginal right and is thinking about doing something that could impact that right. So the duty to consult comes from a 2004 Supreme Court case called Haida Nation in British Columbia. So what happened in that case is the Haida people who live in Haida Gwaii, they have Aboriginal rights and title over all of Haida Gwaii. The government of British Columbia issued a tree farm license that would have allowed a huge part of the island to be logged. And the government would have said, well, you're just asserting your rights. You haven't gone to court yet. You haven't proven rights and title. And so we're allowed to issue this permit and, you know, it is what it is. And the Supreme Court said, well, that's not honorable Crown behavior, because what you're doing is giving permission to this company to log everything. And so by the time that the Haida do have that declaration, there will be nothing left. So you can't do that. You can't have that kind of bait and switch. What you have to do is consult with people. And the duty to consult applies both to Aboriginal rights, so those broader rights, hunting, fishing, trapping, and all of the kind of collective communally held rights we talked about earlier. It also applies to treaty rights. And so whenever the Crown is thinking about making a decision that could impact Aboriginal or treaty rights, it has to consult with us. Consultation exists on a spectrum, and it depends on the strength of the right. Is it recognized in court? Is it a treaty right? Is it just a right that you are asserting that you have? And it also depends on the severity of the impact. So in a Supreme Court case called Mikisew Cree, the government was thinking about widening a culvert that already existed along the side of the road. And they were gonna just kind of bump it out a few feet. And the Supreme Court said, you have to consult because you're going to be impacting some of the rights protected under Treaty 8 in this case. But because the impacts aren't actually so severe, in that case, consultation could just take the form of notice. It could mean just writing a letter. It could mean a few conversations. But if the Crown is thinking about doing something that's going to impact your rights to such a degree that, you know, maybe there won't be any trees left, or you won't be able to use a waterway, or, you know, they're thinking about doing something that will really fundamentally alter the way that you use and rely on your rights, we would expect there to be deep consultation. What does that mean? Lots of meetings, lots of discussions, back and forth dialogue, changed plans, and in some cases, maybe even a canceled project. And so you can see in the last point on the bubble, we've written down that consultation has to be meaningful. It's not just an opportunity for a First Nation to blow off steam. So what we see a lot of the time as lawyers and as politicians is you can see proponents, so development companies or people who are in charge of projects, or the Crown saying, oh, come to this meeting, sign your name on this sheet, it's just an info session, and then later that finds its way into part of a consultation record. Well, that's not really, was that an opportunity for you to share your concerns? Was it an opportunity for you to have that meaningful dialogue? A lot of the time, no. So we really want to stress this idea that consultation isn't just, oh, you got an email or you showed up to a big info session. It's that real kind of back and forth, hard engagement with one another. Now, we also mentioned the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and some people call it UNDRIP. And UNDRIP is really important because it pushes this notion of consultation even further. So consultation goes from just being that kind of open-minded back and forth, okay, I've heard what you've said and we've maybe changed some plans. Well, UNDRIP, Article 32, says that states shall consult and cooperate with Indigenous peoples in order to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent prior to the approval of any project affecting their lands, territories, or other resources. So it goes beyond just, okay, come to our meeting, we want to tell you what we're doing. And it changes the discussion to, do you consent to this project? Do we have your agreement to go ahead with it? And so now that the federal government has said, yes, UNDRIP makes up part of the law, and even before, really, we've been wanting to grab onto this idea and say, we're not just talking about consultation anymore. You're not, satisfying your duty completely just by letting us know what's going on. You need to seek our consent, and you have to do it before you start your plans, before you put all of the wheels in motion. So things to bear in mind when the consultation process is ongoing. We always encourage the folks that we work for to engage consistently, to engage meaningfully, and to create a really good paper trail. If a project's going ahead that you have concerns about, voice those concerns, do it over and over, be, the little pebble in their shoe. Don't let it go, and keep kind of voicing the same message over and over again, so that if at some point, you end up in court or you go to the media, you're able to say, we've been telling them, this date, this date, this date, our message has never changed. We've always said. You can really rely on a strong consultation record. It makes our job as lawyers much easier. Ask questions, ask genuine questions, things that you want to know about, things that aren't clear. You're all smart folks, and you all have, a lot of really good lived experience and perspectives that make those discussions much richer. So being able to ask questions and hold people accountable is really important. Like I just said, push for consent. Don't just settle for, okay, thanks for coming to our community. Thanks for the email. Thanks for letting us know. No, say you're allowed to proceed with this after we've given our consent, and only after. Consistently remind the Crown and proponents that you have treaty rights, you have Aboriginal rights, your treaty partners, that there is that expectation and responsibility that they will engage with you honorably throughout all of the consultation process. Question the economic viability of what's being proposed. A lot of the time, development projects will say, oh, we're ready to get this off the ground. We're so excited. It's really taking shape. We just need investors. Well, do you have investors? Is this going to make money? Is this a sound project? What's actually going on here? So a community in the Yukon, in the consultation process for a mine that was being developed, said, we actually need to see whether or not this project makes economic sense. If you don't really engage with us about that bottom line, what are we really talking about here? Yeah, we're talking about environmental impacts, social impacts, cultural impacts, but we also need to know, what's the big picture of how this is going to function. And that leads into the last point, which is a consideration of cumulative impacts. So there was a case out of British Columbia called the Yehi decision. So a community that had signed on to Treaty 8 said, there's been so much development in our territory, like relentless development in our territory, that we can't go out on the land without seeing something that interferes with our ability to practice our treaty rights. It's everywhere. And the way that consultation was unfolding is, while we're thinking about this permit, the Ministry of Forests will talk about that, or the Ministry of Mines will talk about that, or Natural Resources will talk about that. And they were doing it as kind of individual ministries that are looking at it and going, well, there hasn't been that many forestry projects, or there's not a million mines here, rather than going, oh my God, there's mines, there's pipelines, there's forestry permits, there's, you know, all of the myriad things that all stack up. And so the court said in that case, you can't have that kind of siloed approach to consultation anymore, where you just go, oh, well, this one project probably won't affect people that much. Because if it's, you know, one tree farm license, but it takes down the last stand of trees in an area, yes, it will impact people. So they want to encourage now ministries to consider cumulative impacts of any decision when they're engaging in consultation. So that means having a really full picture of what's going on so that you're able to understand how this project will actually impact you. The other thing that I really like that came out of that case is when we're thinking about cumulative impacts and your ability to exercise your treaty rights, what the Crown in that case said was, well, Treaty 8 is huge. And yeah, maybe this area has been overdeveloped and exploited and run down. But, you know, Treaty 8's so big, they can just go wherever they want. They can go to a different area and hunt. They can go over there and fish. And the court said, well, no, a treaty right means it's not just your ability to exercise that right, it's your ability to exercise that right where and how you want. So it's no longer good enough for them to just go, well, maybe we overharvested this area, but, you know, too bad, you've got lots of land. Now they have to take into account that it really means something. It matters when you say, this is where we want to fish. Yes, we may have many waterways, but this is where we want to do it. So cumulative impacts and that kind of broader understanding of how everything fits together become really important in the consultation process to make sure that you are engaging kind of as fully and forcefully as possible. Okay, so maybe I'll pause here just to see if anybody has any questions, because then what I'm going to do, hopefully, is scoop up everything that we were just talking about and discuss what was going on with the Monago mine consultation process. So, are you? No, we'll keep the lights off because we'll have lots of bubbles. Okay, if you're all still with me, hopefully the lights are off, so I'm hoping everyone's still awake and very engaged. Okay, so the Monago mine project was proposed as an open pit nickel and magnesium mine on Highway 6, about 225 kilometers south of Thompson. In 2011, they received a license under the Environment Act. And in 2024, the project was purchased from a company called Flying Nickel, and it's now owned 100% by Norway House Cree Nation. So the mine needs more permits, more authorizations, and it needs financial investments in order to be built. So if you look on the Monago website, you can see that they're trying to raise $1.5 to $2 billion in order to get the mine built. And we're not too sure where those figures come from, and we anticipate that you actually might need even more than that in order to see the project through.
Test. I have an issue with what you're talking about right now. And the issue right now I'm thinking is our chief and council should go and meet with Norway Health chief and council to find out what's going on there first. Because right now, this is secondhand information to me. It's better that the two councils sit together, find out what's going on, and then come back to us and say, this is what Norway House is proposing. Because this is something that these people are our neighbors, and we don't want to really interfere with what they're doing unless we know exactly what they're doing. I know we heard about this, but that's about it. There's never been meetings, and that's why I'd like my chief and council to go and meet with their council, see what's going on, because it's a really touchy situation, between the two communities. It's bad enough we don't get along. So, and I think we should do that first.
Thank you, Philip. What's happening? We may note that this first step is just for the lawyers to lay out the rules and road consultation. That's what they're presenting here. Matter of fact, our technical team already met with Chief Season Roulette to brief her on a few things. And she's already shared her concerns about the environment, about this thing. And so what the lawyers right now are only doing is presenting what's within the framework of law to consultation. And because under not only Canadian law, Indian Act bans are stakeholders, where Pimichigamak is a rights holder. So the consultation needs to happen with Pimichigamak because it's a territorial issue. It's not a resource management issue. If we can allow lawyers to finish presenting, then we can do our question and answer after. Oh, okay.
Engagement of this project back in I think it was 2008, 2009, when they announced it. There was 5 bands that were part of this process. We had a spokesperson that was within that process. But anyways, they used Cross Lake Band of Indians as part of their group approach when they started developing this project. And we had our voice in there. Now it's 100% owned by Nori House. So that's something else that happened over the years without our approval. I just wanted to make note of that.
Thank you. So what's happened is that the system of law still requires the proponents to come and consult with the Michigamak, because we need to look at everything, right from environmental assessments, social economic impact assessments, because what nickel is going to do once it's exposed, it becomes sulfide oxidation. And what the question was, which way this thing was going to, how it was going to be retained, which way it was going to flow. The southern people didn't want it. They wanted it dumped this way to Menago. So the question for the people here is, because by law, Pimichigamak still has a right to seek consultation. I got to take into consideration, because do you want this poison? Sulfide oxidation is simply poison to be dumped into Menago River, onto Hill Lake, then onto Cross Lake. So that's the environmental impact that needs to be done. Governments cannot just start issuing licenses and permits without taking into consideration the consequences, the land, the species, everything, the people that live in it, and the water. Hold on, Rita.
I just wanted to ask, when this Menago mine project was it ever discussed with Pimichigamak? With Noreos Matisco? Do you know? Does anybody know? Because it creates a sign at the junction of 374 and 373, tells a story that there is a joint venture with Pimichigamak and Cross Lake and Norway House. So I question that, and I'm wondering if anyone of the legal counsel heard about it. And I'm wondering, why does it say that when there was no consultation process? Consultation process is not only a matter of the immediate area of what's going on. It's got to be Manitoba, all of Manitoba. And we, as people here, Cross Lake Band is on Treaty 5 land. And then Cross Lake Band and Treaty 5 land is on Pimichikamak homeland. It's a sovereign nation. And when we talk about sovereignty, when there are inherent rights, right? So all of this consultation process, the consultation was not done, not even on Treaty 5 territory. It had to be done in Manitoba, all of Manitoba. It had to involve everybody. They had to be consulted with the potential of damage and all of that. And the damage that will be done upon our nation will be poisonous. It will kill us. And the excavation they're talking about, you know, what if this mine doesn't go long, doesn't last long? What if it's only 10 years and there's going to be excavation within our territory? And why excavation? If they do excavate, then they will have to protect the land and water around it. They would have to build a fortress around it if they want to do the right thing. So all of these things have to be discussed in Manitoba, not only Norway House and not only Cross Lake. Thank you. And I had a question there first.
Okay, kami skutagan na Tommy Scott is correct. This site has been changing hands, I think 2 or 3 times, Tommy. It started off with Victory Nickel, and what happened was 5 Indian Act bands signed on to a partnership. You can correct me with the correct entities. There's so many of them. Victory Nickel, I think then they're Flying Nickel, right? Then it went to this other company, John Duncan. Maybe you want to speak on this from the engineering standpoint so that people will see the roadmap. Then what ended up happening, and Chief probably fill you in on this. That's why we're here. I want to be clear, nobody's doing anything in secret here. We're bringing this to the people so that you're aware the challenges the leadership is facing, because we were trying to sort out this whole process at the beginning. Because what happened is this project changed so many hands. Then what ended up hall at the band hall when their chief engineer was here. Oh, hello. At the band meeting 2 years ago, Laura Jane, you should remember this, because you came and told us we're negotiating something illegal, which was not the case. We were trying to share this information with the people at the band hall that time, because we were concerned about what was going to happen to the water, about the poison coming downstream. Then you told us to shut down the meeting. All we were trying to do was share this information already then, because the way it happened, and that chief engineer was there for that company. So when we raised that question saying, did you do your due diligence on the environmental impacts? What ended up happening, that company was quick to sell their shares to Norway House, to wash their hands, to get their money back. That's what really happened. The Norway House is stuck with this project here. Museum. I'm not even sure if we're quite convinced if that company that sold their shares is still a partner behind the scenes. We don't know that. This is the job of the lawyers to find out the facts. Okay, we can't assume. So that's what happened here. And So egutome tu tema rag mo sisit. But what's happening is interesting when they're explaining this to you here. They're going to use the same license that they granted in 2011 with new proponents, saying, is it even legal? So that's where we're having our lawyers answer that question. Can the province as a regulator even do that? Yeah, so it's just like me having a driver's license and Jackson wants a new license and I say, here, you can use my license to start driving, right? So that's how complex this issue is here. John Duncan, what do you know about this thing? Do you want to answer some of the questions that they're raising? After? Okay, because they want to see the roadmap and everything. Okay.
I know that when this was brought to us, that it's been talked about through Victory Nickel before. And I remember not this election, but past election, I think it was the second term for Norrie House. They wanted us to sign on to the partnership to get it done and say that they were doing this. And I said no, because my people doesn't know about it and they haven't given the mandate to do anything. And that's why they couldn't proceed with Pimitsikamak. That's why Cadet, Leroy, they decided to go with Norrie House, because Norrie House can be the owner and then they can go ahead and proceed without us. That's what they were trying to do, to bypass us and all that stuff, because we said no at that time. And then because the people have to have that mandate, because we can't just, like I said before, I can't just go and sign something without you guys saying, yeah, go ahead with it, because it's the land belongs to the people. And that's how it goes. And then so when they did that election, and they said they're going proceeding with it, and I talked to Leroy, and we had some consultations that needed to happen. So I asked Leroy, can you take this on and to start getting the consultations going? And 2 years ago, he started doing that to try and get the people to the band hall, to get a meeting going, to talk about it. It didn't go well at that time. So it's been kind of stalled since that time. Poi paneo spiere ma segi penati tsegino go so te ta ma segi spanni go te ma ga mina sa yo ngite na sa yo igite ta ga ni ga so ma to na ik so se si pino wino ore na go yo ke so se si pino on ta so se ge ma ska go ge sa ta go sa pe mi go go gina na we know about that tai e go to che that you need to consult is a tini tai to ga te pa go to. I think that the Norrie House thought that they were going to proceed with it, and then the duty consult will go away. But it's still affecting us. It's still affecting our lands, still affecting our water that's coming in. So that's where we're at right here. Is that we have to tell you that there's a duty consult of free prime consent. There's honor of the ground that's involved here at stake, because it deals with the government of Manitoba and government of Canada. Because there's also assessments that are impacting our lands and our waters. So so these guys will help us out. What is we need to do? So that's just, I hope that answers your question. That's that, because I think that's how they went ahead with 100% over there, because they couldn't get the Michigamak, and that's what they're doing. They're trying to bypass us somehow, I think.
I'm just going to make a few quick comments before Corinna continues. Yes, great for the two chiefs and councils to connect about this issue. We're probably the last lawyers on the planet who would say, fight, fight, fight. No, if you can work it out in a good way, perfect. But we want to tell you what the province of Manitoba did behind the scenes. And in a few minutes, Corinna is going to get to that. Remember, she was just talking about consultation. So keep that in mind and you'll hear what the Crown did. Remember, she talked about the honor of the crown. So she's going to tell you a few things in a few minutes that is going to make you question whether the crown was acting honorably. The other thing I'm just getting up to show you here, we've put in this presentation that the mine requires more permits. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. Mine requires more permits, authorizations, and investments. And it's hard to see probably from where you are, but we've bolded the word investments there. Corinna talked about information that's on the Minego company website that suggests they're looking for between 1.5 billion and $2 billion. So let's talk about that in a bit. That's a lot of money to attract investment. And as Corinna said, it may be significantly more than that. So let's talk just a little bit about something that's not the most exciting topic to talk about, but one of the most important topics about whether this mine will be built. Nickel prices. Google nickel prices and see where they're at right now. Right now, they're at a really low point. And it's anyone's guess whether they're going to get higher or not. Donald Trump has not helped. I won't go on too much. Donald Trump has not helped with the price of nickel. Most world nickel comes from Indonesia, some from China. The Chinese economy has gone down. Indonesia is overproducing nickel, and so there's a lot of nickel on the market, and that's keeping costs low and will keep costs low probably for quite a while. Just if you do one thing, look at the price of nickel, start reading and educating yourselves about what's happening with this important metal. Two more quick comments about nickel. You'll hear a lot about green nickel. So green nickel, environmentally friendly nickel. We're going to mine it and it's going to be used for electric vehicles and rechargeable batteries, and it'll all be used for an environmentally sound purpose. Nickel is still being used for a lot of electric vehicles, a lot of rechargeable batteries, but increasingly in the last few years, there's been a shift away from nickel for batteries and towards lithium and other critical minerals and precious minerals. So think about the consequences of that. So what's nickel being used for increasingly now? Stainless steel and weapons manufacturing. So just keep that in mind as we all move ahead with a Minego project. The other thing just to mention is that it's our understanding that the former chief and council of Norway House was very much in favor of the Minego project, but it remains to be seen what the current chief and council, what their position is. If you look at the Minego company website and you look at the leadership, you'll see that the former chief is now part of the leadership group, listed as former chief of Norway House Cree Nation. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I actually want to steer us away a little bit from, who's owning what's going on. I want us to focus on the province as the government that is going to be issuing permits, licenses, and as the Crown that's responsible for consulting with you when they're considering this project. So yes, it's a project that's owned by a neighboring First Nation, but what we're really talking about today is how the Crown behaved in the consultation process, the permits that the Crown approved. That's kind of where the heart of the matter is. So I'm going to go actually into this second bubble here so that we can see again how the Crown navigated. So in 2011, they issued an Environment Act license for the Minego mine. In 2014, the company applied for a notice of alteration to move the tailings and waste rock management facility. And then in 2022, they submitted another notice of alteration. So that notice of alteration, that permit or the the notice that would shift the project a little bit so that it would see the tailings going into the Monago River, that's what we took issue with and filed an environmental appeal over. So the company applies in 2022 to move the tailings facility, and in 2026, the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change says, yes, we approve this change to the project. In May, Pimicikamak-Okinawan filed an Environment Act appeal challenging the approval of that notice of alteration. So we're not challenging the entire project. We're not challenging the way that it's unfolded. We're challenging that particular approval. The government saying, yes, you can go ahead with this notice of alteration. And the reason that we're challenging it goes back to the whole consultation process. We're taking issue with how the province engaged with you through the consultation process. So, sorry for throwing all of these finicky little dates at you, but they're important. March 6th, 2026, Manitoba emailed Pimicikamak-Okinawan and said, we approve this notice of alteration. 2 days before, Minister Moses, who's the Minister of Business, Mining, Trade, and Job Creation, announced that they were putting $2 million from the province into the project. So before they wrote to you and said, we're going to go ahead with this notice of alteration, they had already committed to a $2 million investment in the project. So go back to, all of the stuff that I was rambling about before. The province is required to engage with you in good faith. The province is required to have an ongoing back and forth discussion with you in consultation. It can't go into the consultation process with its mind already made up. Consultation can't just be an opportunity for you to come in, air all of your grievances, and they go, okay, thank you so much. Yep, you were here, check a box, and then you go away, and they go ahead and do whatever they wanted to do anyway. Real consultation has to be that kind of deep, challenging meeting of the minds. Maybe you move things around. Maybe you don't go ahead with the project at all. Maybe you say yes to this and no to that. But if what you're actually seeing is a consultation process where the province is going, yeah, we hear you, thanks for coming to this meeting, and at the same time having conversations with the proponent where they're investing millions of dollars into the project, are they really listening to you? Do they really have an open mind? Are they really engaging with you in good faith? So that's what we took issue with in the appeal. So here's a little excerpt. This is the minister, and he's saying, this is so much more than a mine. It's an incredible opportunity, and the fact that we can do it in partnership sets us on the precipice of a new way of doing business here in Canada. So it's clear
You talk about consultation with these governments. How could we trust them? How? Look at our NFA. 50 years. They haven't done nothing. Not very much. So to come here and trust Carney, trust Wap Canoe, I don't think so. Not as long as I live. Because their words mean nothing. They're just words that come out of their mouth, just to be heard. That's the way I look at it. And that's the way I feel. They're nothing. They're just blowing in the wind. They don't mean anything to us. If it did, this community would be prospering.
And I don't think that you're wrong to feel that way, and I don't think you're alone in feeling that way. And that's why I say keep a really good paper trail. Be consistent in your messaging, be present, because one of the things that they've done when they've set up the duty to consult, the Supreme Court has said, well, it's not a veto, which kind of boxes us in as Indigenous people, because they're saying you can't say no. That's why moving into free, prior, and informed consent becomes so important. But you don't ever want to find yourself in a position where they say, oh, you walked away, you didn't engage, you didn't, you didn't have this meeting and we all showed up. You want to be, it takes time, it takes resources, it's frustrating. But when you show up consistently and you say, here's what we think about this mine, here's what we need to know about this mine, here's what we're worried about, here's why we don't think it should go ahead. The more that you do that and the more consistently you do that, hopefully at the end of this process, if you find yourself in court or if you find yourself having to challenge the decision, it's not this kind of rabbit in a hat that you pull out at the end. You go, we've told you over and over and over and over again. The problem is it takes time for us to do that. It takes resources, it takes people going to meetings, showing up, science, all of that. But it's just the way that it is, unfortunately. But I don't think that, I don't think anyone is under the illusion that the consultation process ever functions perfectly. And we're here talking about this because in this case, it didn't. So when we challenged that decision, the main points that we raised were that the Crown was inappropriately involved in the project. So the Crown's engaging with you in this consultation process. They're saying, let's have community meetings. What do you want to know more about? Are you interested in having these discussions? But never in those discussions did they say, oh, and by the way, we're investing $2 million into the project. We want to see it go ahead. They were never transparent about their financial commitments throughout that project and throughout the consultation process. Like I just said, they made the decision to support the project before the consultation process was completed with you. So it very much gives that impression of, come in and talk to us and air your concerns, but our minds are already made up, which isn't good faith consultation. You can also make the argument then that consultation isn't meaningful, right? It's just an opportunity for you to come in and blow off steam, and they're going to go ahead and do whatever they wanted to do anyway. And if they do that, that's the exact opposite of what the Supreme Court has said the government has to do. So that's a problem. And the way that they behaved in the consultation process by, failing repeatedly in all of these different ways damages their relationships as your treaty partner. We know that they're meant to avoid even the appearance of sharp dealings. Well, if they're going over here and making financial commitments and then saying, well, tell us what you think about this mine, you can make the argument, well, that's, at least verging on sharp dealings. Some other things that we raised throughout the consultation process were cumulative impacts. You might remember me saying you have to talk about everything kind of in its entirety. You don't just get to say, what would the impacts of this mine be? It's what would the impacts of the mine be in the context of all of the other resource development, extraction, projects happening in the territory, impacts on your treaty rights, and so on. And of course, we know also the NFA counts as a treaty. So how is another project that would interfere with waterways going to impact your treaty rights? We have to look at it cumulatively. We had also asked that there be feasibility studies completed, both in terms of the project itself and the economic feasibility of the project. And the province did not provide an economic feasibility study. And instead, they said, go and talk to the proponent about it. And the other feasibility study that had been completed was almost 15 years out of date. The last thing that we mentioned in the appeal is all of a sudden, we're talking about a nickel mine, and at the last minute, well, wait a minute, now it's a dolomite mine. So that's a bubble that we skipped over, or a dolomite quarry, rather. So the way that the project is actually functioning right now is they're kind of pulling up the top layers of that territory, and they're using the rock that's coming up there to process it either for like silica sand or to pave roads with. And so it seems as though the project itself has shifted. And like Councillor Muswagon was saying, if all of a sudden, you know, you've got an approval for one project, but you're actually going ahead with a different kind of project, is that approval sound? So we've submitted this notice of appeal, and on May 1st, the province has acknowledged it, but it takes a long time for them to get back to us. So we haven't received any sort of decision or outcome. What we had asked for was to put aside the approval for that notice of alteration and go back and engage in real consultation, proper consultation. So we're not saying tank the entire mine or scrap the whole project. We're saying you have to do the process that you've created properly. You have to see it through to the standards that are required by the Supreme Court, and in this case, you failed to do so. Oh, we have a question in the back.
Just while I'm walking back there, in the Environment Act appeal, we also asked that the province apologize to you.
Good afternoon. Raymond Robinson. In terms of consultation, don't you think we are already a little bit too late in trying to get consulted from Norrie House? Because as of 2024, Norrie House already owned 100% of this Menego mining project that is also dubbed magnesium project. And the constructions have already begun. That blasting has already begun. There's already machinery out there constructing. And this project is slated to begin next year, 2027. The only problem Norrie House has is that it doesn't have the necessary funds, the startup cost. It needs 1.3 billion to start the production. And right now, as far as I know, Manitoba has gave $50,000 towards the project, and the federal government gave $75,000 towards the project itself, including giving permits and licensing for this project to continue. So why are we even talking about consultation when the project is already beginning? Are we a little bit too late? The ship already left without us. I don't know where we can go with this from here on, because like I said, and I'm going to reiterate, it's already going. It's already started. The construction has begun. Blasting is done. Everything is set. It's slated to go by next year. So where are we supposed to go from here? Are we a little too late talking about consultation where we are right now? Do we have an option on maybe some conjunction or something to stop this until such time that they come and sit down with us and consult us to see where everything is going? Because as we know, poison has been discussed here. The water flows from down south. It comes this way. So any construction happening upstream is going to hit us. It's the same thing that we tried to start a mining in Cross Lake. There was a discussion in 1998 of a mining happening in Pipestone. But in order for that to even consider, we had to move the community upstream before anything began. Because any spills that would happen would be coming this way. And same thing will be happening from this project. So that's my view.
It's a good question. Do I think that you're too late? No. But I also want to be clear. So, what we're challenging here is not Norway House's failure to talk to you, it's the province approving permits that we're taking issue with. When the province said, yes, you can go ahead and move the tailings pond over here, this appeal, this challenge is about the province approving that while also pouring money into the project, while also supporting the project going ahead. In terms of actual construction and boots on the ground and, you know, is it too late in practical terms, in reality, when you drive by and there's a mine there, I think it comes back to some of the points that Jeff was raising earlier about the economic feasibility of the project. So we know that they've now started a dolomite quarry there, that they're digging it up and that they're trying to use that rock for, you know, for roads, for sand, for different purposes. Will they get all the way to a mine without, you know, the many billions of dollars that they need? I don't actually know. But what you can do in between, you could consider filing an injunction. Injunctions are really hard to get. You have to show that there would be the risk of irreparable harm. You have to show that it would not be in the public interest to proceed with the project. It's a high standard to meet, but you could always try and file an injunction. In the meantime, it's staying on top of every approval, every move that the province is doing that would facilitate the project going ahead, and using your political brains and muscles to have those conversations with Norway House kind of as between political entities to say, is this the project that you want to go ahead with? Is this going to be the project that makes the most sense for all of our communities and for the territory? Just because, you know, what happens here, as you said, is going to impact all of the neighboring communities. So because the province is the decision maker ultimately, because the province is the one issuing, you know, each permit and license, staying on top of every decision, every permit and every license, and kind of badgering them and saying, is this the right decision? And we don't agree with this, creating that paper trail so that if you want to challenge it in court, you have this really robust record that says, you know, we've been raising all of these concerns consistently over and over, and we haven't been met with the type of honorable engagement that you would expect from the Crown, is one way to go about it. Then there's the kind of political approach to it. And then there's just the economic on the ground perspective. Are you going to be able to afford to build a mine? Is it going to make sense when the international nickel prices that Jeff is obsessively refreshing on his computer are kind of tanking, right?
I've been studying this project for quite a while, so I know a lot about it. Because it concerns me. The reason why it concerns me is because of the concerns we had in this pipestone mining project we had. Those are going to be the same concerns that's going to be raised with respect to this mining that's already in construction stage, already finished, and it's about to start. And any project that's going to be coming out of it, like I said, it's sure going to affect us. All the communities coming from Minago all the way down, way to Churchill, every community is going to be affected. And it's amazing that we didn't do anything about this beforehand. If the past leadership knew of the project, and how come we didn't come out with arms raised and everything, and screaming and everything of the potential harm that it was going to do to us. And I know that the mine was started as a nickel mine, but then they found other mineral, like you said, dolomite, which is going to be protective. It's going to be more global. It's going to surpass Ontario's Ring of Fire and even China's protection. This is going to be like number one in terms of magnesium and also development. It's going to be number one in the world. It could potentially extract $20 billion a year in production, this mine. So anyway, That's my view again.
Ayo, let's allow the legal counsel to finish their presentation. Then we'll come back to full circle with the discussions on the entire issue. That's what I recommend. So they can lay out the framework and processes. Just for the record, these were announced in the past time and time again. But the problem we had was people had selective hearing what they wanted to hear. Yeah, and they've been aired out in the past. So just for the record, that they've been discussed in the past. But again, it was depending on where people stood. And it's democracy. Some people were for it, some people were against it. And as William stated yesterday, the national policy of Pimichan is do it right. For every project that's being contemplated, there needs to be standards followed. There needs to be environmental impact assessments, social economic impact assessments, and what it means for Aboriginal and treaty rights, because the onus is on the Crown to consult. The onus and the duty is on the Crown to consult, not the proponents, not Norway House Indian Band and their subsidiary company. The onus is on the Crowning Right of Canada and the Crowning Right of Manitoba to consult. So why do they consult? Because they know they don't own the land. They still have to go to the original people to bring this project and to bring the evidence forward saying, here's the project we're thinking about, here's how it's going to be done, here's how it's going to impact the land, the water, all the trees, all the medicines, all the animals, all the fish, everything right from migratory birds, even migration routes of caribou, moose, bears, everything, and people. So that's why, as Karena said, we need to build a record on this thing. If we don't, then they're going to come back at us and saying, we wanted to talk to you, but you chose not to say anything. You chose not to participate. Silence is consent. So that's why we're here, and it's not too late because we have to keep moving forward and producing this stuff. And it's taken, like we said, it's taken a while to sort out this whole thing because there are so many moving parts to this. And whatever meetings and deals happen in the past, they're going to come forward eventually because they're going to disclose everything, saying who was all involved, who agreed and who was against it. It's all the paperwork's going to come back to the forefront. Those are my comments right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, given the time, that we consider a health break. But a couple quick comments before that about magnesium. And I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I hope to meet you during the break. Mentioned magnesium. Good point about magnesium. In the first, I don't know whether it's 60 or the first 200 meters of ground, they're looking to extract magnesium from the rock. But based on what's publicly available so far, they're not sure whether they can do it in an economically sound way. And so it's this kind of economics of the project that need to be paid attention to. Karena talked about that a little earlier. So I'm going to suggest to the meeting co-chairs the possibility of a health break. And if that's going to happen now, if anyone wants to talk to me over here about nickel prices, magnesium, what's happening internationally, Mr. Trump, and how he's directly connected to your territory, I'd be pleased to discuss that. But I'll turn this over to one of the co-chairs here.
Okay, 15 minutes. Health break, smokers, coffee people. All right. Wow. 15-minute break.
Smoke break, yeah, right.
Test, test. How, kitong Guatemala no? In 2 minutes, we'll continue with our legal presentation. I would kindly ask, make notes if you have a notebook for the questions you need to ask, so we'll can finish the presentation. As soon as Corinna gets here, we'll get the lawyers to finish their presentation. Then our engineer, John Duncan, is going to hook up his laptop. So you guys will see the actual site of the Minago project, how big it is, and which way they're looking at trying to flow that whole thing. So we'll let Corinna finish, then we'll get right into John's laptop. Discussions, suggestions, recommendations, so that's what we'll do. Corinna?
Okay, we're gonna get started again. Thank you for everybody being here. I just wanted to let you guys know that you know about this whole thing. We did give instructions to both Jeff and Corinna to start the appeal, to appeal this stuff, and you know. But we also are very mindful about what Norhouse. There's new leadership in there. There's new chief and council that we will meet with them. We could pause it, but I think that we do have that process to appeal it, and we can move along with it. But it also depends on what you guys say as well. So it's there, right? Just so you know, we're not dead in the water. Just so you guys know, you know, we have options. We have things that we're on the go and all that stuff. But then that's why we have these meetings, just to make sure that you know, you feel comfortable that we are doing this stuff. We are educating ourselves the whole process too, but we're also having our meetings to strategize in terms of what's available for us to move along. So that's why we're here, and that's why they're there. Very confident in our legal team. I think we had a lot of discussions in terms of strategies, both on Manitoba and Manitoba Haichu, and also the things that are happening with the you know, they're educated in Pimitsikamak and what the band is. They know the difference. So we have to make sure we're on a legal path, that we know what we're talking about, and that we're not negating anything on the Pimitsikamat side or on the band side. So we're very clear in terms of what that line is, and become very clear on that. So we've been having these meetings that we had done to, we have to take legal action. We have to take what's available to us and what's going on. Because my messages have been very clear with the people on the government side. That you have to come to talk to the people, to consult with them, not to me. I am a rights holder and I represent the rights holders. I'm also principal spokesperson, but I'm speaking to you on their behalf. But when you want to consult and the free, prior, informed consult, you have to talk to the people on the grassroots. And that's what we keep promoting to make sure that happens. Kita mo ako tapay din to tagason mis tamagian tinni bagutse enigani story baga evitut tamay iwan puta pega getse matsigino te pineg tinni makute gaya tsika vinota pagameskago gumeno puta tagetsi mi tsepugisto tasi tenitai matibine na skobotsiga po motskego na skobotsik ewo tutsiga tengi tamo Munin no gimaka na ko kama tapi tamagayak tagaget semagayak Patima iminigayak to tap mutta utapata ngi postatuada ngi mutta na nisan ta sepetak isiminigayak po nisan so we tell them that we can't move things forward until the people give it to us with that responsibility to move it forward. And then we have to look at our options are Michet dinyo we know kawa chigo tatuskena ganyo yeah chigsa ebamo galwak ma taskus tenemo so maga ginano skita no ya to tamaso ya minagi chigo na oge ka nasa chige skin tasaki papas kena ge oge ka vichigo ago ego yuchut na ago agmini utni chik ege se no se wa go ma chigo te se awa ega mine utsvicio ga demaciga ja niu gema bin omstigo siu gema tas ko osko ga itam begin neo ta itap ma gustin stu ta biona ga tutama. So the people that when we're moving forward, we have to take legal strategies, we have to talk political strategies, and sometimes they be combined or maybe one or the other. But we also want to make sure that we don't cross that line between Pimichigamag and Cross Lake Band. And at the same time, we're also making sure that we keep our options open, but we'll let people know at the government level that we need permission and the mandate from our people, because it's them that this will affect whether we move on. That will allow us to move forward or not move forward. And I remind my fellow chiefs that we are principal spokespersons. We are speaking on behalf of our people, but when they want to consult, they have to come back to the grassroots people. That's what we're saying. So we have opportunities here, and then you heard it. We have an appeal. We can proceed with it. We give that direction already, and we can pause it till we can meet with Norios. And I don't hold anything against Norios. Norios is like us. They want to make money for their people. They want to make sure that they're doing what's best for their people, so they're not in poverty, right? Norios is not the problem. Government of Manitoba is the problem. Government of Canada is the problem. That's why we're taking these actions against them. We don't want to take any of them. We know still see them. Ego na ucha pa cha uget. Ego na tamay niya ugat. Kiwago maganda na gute isto kaya chik Norios. Ego tamaso chike ko ano eh. May tapmana na ganyan mo. Ugimagan, meron gisita, ugimagan, ewan na stat na sige si, kasi unas chiget wiste ewan na tuta ganyan meron. Asa tigisita wane mga gigitap mana na ganyan meron. Sige tinita igwisto. Muna pa wisto nas kena man meron. Kaya tutsigate nagisita ni agisa. Megost nanes namistay ewan na gipet tutsigate. Apete bina mo tananes na mo meron. the state epitogo gusto meron. So the chief is actually looking at establishing herself and her governance right now. She's setting her house up and her government house, how she's going to proceed. And there's certain things she's taking apart, there's certain things she's taking on. And once she figures it all out, how they're moving forward, then we can have those discussions with them and how we're going to move forward together and how we're going to make those discussions. She may not be fully in support of what's happening through the mining or not. We just have to go find out what that is. But we do have an appeal that we're filed. We keep direction for these guys to do. So just so you guys know, okay? All right, thank you.
Test. There we go. Hi, everybody. My name is John Duncan. I'm a professional engineer. I've been working with Pimicikamak and Cross Lake for decades now. And just so you know, I'm a civil engineering undergrad, and I'm a specialist in water resources. So that's sort of been my career, and much of it done with Pimicikamak. And I also want to just add that I do have, quite a bit of experience in mining. So I think I just want to provide you guys with my insight into this Monego project so you can appreciate the opportunities and the risks as I do. So I think everybody knows where the location of it is. So if you just look on the screen, you can see the location is just, I can't remember the number of kilometers south of, I think it was 220 kilometers south of Thompson, thereabout. And it's just right along Highway number 6. I think many people are familiar with that location. And so you guys were talking earlier about timeline, and I think what you guys sort of covered was all correct. But I think that the only difference was in around 2021, they brought Silver Elephant Mining, ended up acquiring it for a little while, and then it ended up going back to Victory Nickel. But ultimately in 2024, I believe the Monego was purchased by Norio's Cree Nation. So that's really the only difference. And so I just what's important to me is I want everybody in Pimicikamak territory to understand sort of the history here of what went on. And what you're seeing here is the actual, what you call a mine plan. And that goes and shows when you apply for a license, you have to bring your study and you have to present a plan, what you intend to build. So in 2011, the plan that you see above here, you can see all of the facilities associated with the actual mine are on the right side of that higher area, which is outlined in yellow. And that drainage basin all runs down to Lake Winnipeg. And so this is really an important component. And so this was the approved license back in 2011. And then, and that's very different from where we're at now. And then as a part of this notice of the alteration in 2014 or 13 that was submitted, the biggest change is the tailings pond and the waste rock piles are both moved from the drainage basin of Lake Winnipeg. And here, I just want to add one other thing too. If you can read the bottom here, effluent discharge to the Monego River will protect the limestone bay, as this is considered to be a sensitive fish spawning area. So this limestone bay is in Lake Winnipeg. So this was all about saving fish, a fish habitat. So that's why they've now gone and moved all the mine workings from one drainage basin to another to protect the fish habitat. And so now I'm just going to show you, this is the current mine plan that was just recently approved, and the one that Pimicikamak is now appealing. And you can see that you can't really read this, but the area, you can't see my cursor there, but the big area right here, it's proposed tailings and waste rock management facility. That's the big area that you see in between those two high areas. And then you've got a polishing pond beyond there. Well, the critical piece there is that that's now in the Monego River drainage basin. So if anything was ever happen to the tailings management facility, and it would be unexpected, they're going to engineer it to minimize that risk, but it could happen. And we've seen it in other areas, other mines. We've all seen them on the news where you've got failures of dams and that type of thing. The risk now lies where all the contaminants will end up going into the Monago River and ultimately into the Cross Lake. And so that's just a really critical piece that just everybody needs to understand when it comes to this project. And this is just a map showing sort of the direction of where the water is going to flow, outlining the drainage basins. And you can see everything that's going to the north, that's going towards the Monago River, and everything that's going to the east and west and south will end up in Lake Winnipeg. And this is just now where the mining facilities in the bottom left corner, where the proposed tailings ponds are or whatever, and the Monago River is the dark blue line. And then just on the map, we've put in a number of the land exchange sites that the Cross Lake Band has put forward as a part of the NFA land exchange. And just to show you that you've got a number of your sites that are potential reserve areas in the future, you know, basically putting them at risk. So we just want everybody to understand those risks. And then just as a fundamental, I just thought I'd put this slide up so that, because David was talking about this, the oxidation of the waste rock. So what happens, if you can imagine, on the top of that, what you're seeing is where the construction is happening with the dozers and the excavator at the top. And going back to what Rita Monius was talking about, the excavation. So if we go and do an open pit, we have to go and excavate all the material between the surface of the land and down to where the ore is. And that's where your minerals that you're trying to capture, where they are. So all of that rock that you have to excavate has to be stored somewhere. And if once you expose rocks that are underground, you're now exposing them to both air and water, that's where they're subject to oxidize. And that's a chemical process where you can actually, if you have a sulfide bearing rock, it'll actually, if it oxidizes, one of the results is sulfuric acid. So, and that's why it damages waterways, that type of thing. So anyway, and this is just another a slide just to kind of demonstrate it. And it's not all of the rock that will oxidize, it's only the sulfide minerals that are within the base rock that is being exposed to the atmosphere. And then this is one of my, I worked on Rutan Mine while I was a student doing my engineering school. And this is just very representative of acid mine drainage. And this is a situation where you've got that exact scenario that we're trying to protect you guys from. Like this is a real situation up at Leaf Rapids, just north of Leaf Rapids. And, you know, so I worked on the tailings management of this. This was all, I came in after the fact. I was there in the 80s, but this was all developed in the 60s and 70s. And it turned out it was an environmental disaster. And then just another one you may have heard on the news. This is Mount Poly in British Columbia. This was an operating mine where they end up having a high precipitation, a high rain event. And the end result was the dam failed and all the tailings just ended up going way downstream. In this situation, you can see all of the solids, the sands, there's more of a gray. And the reason for this is because these are not sulfide bearing, they're not acid generating. So just for interest, but I just wanted you guys to know that this is what we're dealing with. This is the risk that we want to manage. And I also want to say, as your engineer, I am all for developments and doing projects that bring economic benefits to the people. And even in a situation of a mine, they can be done, but they have to be done right and they have to be done diligently. So that's all that I wanted to share at this point. Yeah, so if there's any questions, yeah, we can put that forward. Sure.
just going to do a computer switch here. Why don't we start with you? So just in the interest of time, we thought we'd move forward because there's another big topic to cover. Lake Winnipeg regulation, which isn't to say we can't go back to Minego, but maybe let's just cover this. You'll see a couple white bubbles on that screen, the one on the bottom right. You don't go there yet, but it's about strategy and action steps. What's the plan? What's happening? What is our leadership doing? I kind of want to go to that first because that's what you might all be interested in. But let's start just a little bit slower with some introduction. A lot of this, many of you will know, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, that we all have the same understanding, let's dive in a little bit so that we can get to that last slide in a really good, quick way. I feel stupid coming here and asking, what is the Lake Winnipeg regulation? Because you've all been living with it for more than 50 years. But all of you know it's not just GenPeg. It's a huge series of channels and dams and hydro infrastructure work to increase the flow significantly, increase the water flow on the Nelson River and the Churchill River, to produce power. And the power production is primarily to benefit folks in the south of the province, and also, as many of you know, south of there. We'll talk about in a few minutes how much money Manitoba Hydro makes in selling power to states like North Dakota, Minnesota. Of course, all of you live most closely to GenPeg, which is a key aspect of all of this. One of Manitoba's main selling points for the Lake Winnipeg regulation or all these infrastructure hydro projects, including GenPeg, was all about, or one of the main selling points was that they said it will decrease flooding for homes and businesses located along Lake Winnipeg. And it has decreased flooding for those homes and businesses along Lake Winnipeg. But as all of you know, what it's done is it's shifted it downstream so that you and other impacted peoples further downstream are paying the prices for that, and you're paying the price for less expensive power to be produced for folks in the south. The current situation is really important for us to all get a handle on. Corinna, can you zoom in on that top right-hand slide? So it's the licenses. There's a 50-year license for Lake Winnipeg regulation that expired when? It expired on August 1st, 2026. But let's talk about what's happened since then as well. I see a couple puzzled looks in the room, which is great. The Churchill River diversion, which is, as many of you know, or all of you know, a series of channels to redirect a lot of the Churchill River flow into the Nelson so that more power can be produced. That license expires September 1st, 2026. A short time ago, the province indicated that it wanted to renew the Lake Winnipeg regulation and the Churchill River diversion licenses for 1 year to allow time to change the law, and we'll talk about this in a minute, to change the laws regarding hydro projects and hydro licenses. What you're also seeing up there, and of some interest to you, is I believe the GenPeg license is at the bottom. Where is that? No. The GenPeg license, I think, expires. I'm going to check myself in a minute. But I expires, yeah, in 2029, November 1st, 2029. So let's see what's happening now. It appears that the province has issued 1-year short-term extension license, at least for Lake Winnipeg regulation, and probably soon to be the Churchill River diversion. When I say it appears to be that way, because I'm unable to find anything on the internet indicating that they actually have, but it's a pretty good understanding that they have, or they're just about to. You're saying, so you're holding up your hand and saying two. It's technically a license to operate, to construct it and to operate it. Let's go back. Pimicikamak Okinawan sent a letter to the province back in March of this year saying, we are opposed to any renewal of these licenses, either short or long term. We want them to expire. You do not have our consent. The fallback position was, but if the province is going to approve them, in opposition to what we want, then we want only 1-year extensions under strict conditions. So that's where the province is at. And that message, that 1 year, was similar to what many other impacted Indigenous peoples have said. Let's go to the background slide. Oh, and just to follow up on what Corinna and John were saying, in particular, remember what John Duncan just told us about protecting fish habitat over towards Lake Winnipeg, but sending the impacts downstream. Are you seeing a common theme here? So it's about protecting that area and the south, with the impacts being felt by you and many of your neighbors. So a little bit of background information, but not too much detail. When the province was looking at issuing a license for the Lake Winnipeg regulation and Churchill River diversion back in the 2014 and 2015 period, many of you will recall a few things that happened, notably the occupation of GenPeg. Pimicikamak and Pimicikamak citizens and leadership together also got the Premier to apologize. Some of you in this room may have been there when Premier Selinger, I think, came here to apologize. Pimicikamak and Pimicikamak citizens also participated in public hearings sponsored by the Clean by the Clean Environment Commission. The Clean Environment Commission is a public organization. It's publicly funded, and it holds public hearings into issues of environmental concerns. I'll go into it in just a minute. So Pimicikamak made its views known. The Clean Environment Commission, can you zoom in on the top right? The Clean Environment Commission produced a report called the Lake Winnipeg Regulation Report. If you search Lake Winnipeg Regulation Report, you will get this online. It's all publicly available. It's really interesting reading. They produced the report in 2015 after dozens of hearings, including some here, some in Norway House, many in Winnipeg, and many other locations, probably in Thompson as well, but many locations around the province. It makes for very interesting reading. Among other things, The Clean Environment Commission report said the following, that Manitoba's laws regarding water power licensing were significantly out of date. And by the way, I'm telling you this background information and reminding many of you because it's directly relevant to what is happening now. They also said that the laws were essentially as they were in the 1970s and even as far back as the 50s. They also said that those laws basically facilitate the construction of major hydro projects without any consideration of you, your way of life, your society, culture, your rights, or how those projects will impact you. That those laws lag far behind other areas, other jurisdictions in Canada and around the world in terms of approval or consideration of hydro projects. They also fail to require any environmental assessments be done. And there's no linkage between water power approval laws and environmental laws. The Clean Environment Commission back in 2015 said that there needed to be changes. This is what Pimichikamak said, among many things. It said, the antiquated Manitoba Water Power Act does not provide any framework for testing whether the interim conditions attached to a license are the right conditions in terms of whether they meet the objectives of the project and provide a reasonable balance in protecting other environmental, social, cultural, and economic values. Pimichikamak also said, Pimichikamak requests that Manitoba establish a formal process to begin law reform with regards to water power licensing in Manitoba before the end of 2018. The intent would be to modernize legislation to include processes to better balance the diverse needs of people and ecosystems and provide improved protection for Aboriginal and treaty rights. Even the province agreed, and in 2021, it said the following, this is the province in 2021, more can be done to modernize water power licensing processes for legacy projects and to further mitigate the concerns of Indigenous communities. But Manitoba and Manitoba Hydro were admitting this way back in 2015. And they said, yes, we need to change. Oh, okay. Do we have a power cord? John, do you guys have a power cord we could borrow? I've got it also on my phone. Okay. But I'll continue anyway. Remember what I just said, Manitoba and Manitoba Hydro were admitting this back in 2015, that they needed to change the law. What have they done since then? Absolutely nothing. In July, they wrote to you, they wrote to Pimichikamak Okinawan leadership and said that they wanted to consult finally about changes to the law and how to do meaningful environmental assessments on hydro projects reflective of Indigenous knowledge, culture, and values. But it did this just before the licenses were about to expire. In fairness, they started also to communicate similar messaging before July, but July was the clearest statement. The time to act is now. And there's a lot that is being done by your leadership. In a couple minutes, I'll tell you something that was told to us by Sidney Garrick. I don't see him here this afternoon, but the reason I'm using him as an example, it's because the kinds of things that are told to us by Pimichikamak citizens, you should think about this, Jeff and Karena, you should think about this, that have influenced and continue to influence what we do, the quality of the work that we're able to do for you. So this is my way of saying, please continue to tell us. We receive direction and instructions. We're working quite well, we think, with the Executive Council, with the traditional councils as well, We've established good, solid, trusting relationships, and we're receiving really intelligent feedback and direction. But the more, the better. So keep it coming. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to review some action items. So there are many things that Pimicikamak can do. Among them, going back to what Karena was saying earlier, demand deep consultation and consent. And not just that they have to seek your consent, but that you remind them that you have the ability to provide it or not provide it. I think we're on the last slide. Thank you. Will it expand more? Yeah, on the bottom right, I'm thinking. Oh, okay. Zoom out a tiny bit, just a tiny bit, that's good. Okay. I think it was, is it Flora Ross? Is that your last name, Ross? Yeah, I think you said it this morning. I think you were conveying a message of the importance of unity. And so for the next minute or two, I want to talk about the importance of unity. Absolutely crucial that you use alliances and connections with other impacted peoples that you've had long before Canada existed and what is understood to be Manitoba existed, that you continue to use those alliances and find common cause for a few reasons. There is great power at the present time in unity with other impacted NFA nations. The other thing is to save legal costs, to save costs to hire consultants. There are already good lawyers doing good work. Join forces so that you don't have 12 or 13 different law firms doing very similar things. Save costs and save time. Now is the time to start connecting with those folks. And it's our understanding that the Executive Council already has and will continue to do so. But to also pick up, Mrs. Ross, on what you were saying, or what I understood you to have said, it's not just about external alliances and external unity, but internal as well. Finding common cause within the community. There is great strength and power in this community. I'm not able to suggest as your lawyer that you go and occupy GenPeg, but it's that kind of unity and strength and power together and feedback to leadership that can make it a real difference. You also have connections existing and in the past. Remember those 2014, 2015 Clean Environment Commission hearings that Pimicikamak formed with environmental organizations like the Manitoba, I think it's called the Manitoba Eco Alliance, with church groups, with consumer groups who are concerned about the price of hydropower, with other environmental organizations and academics and academic institutions. Keep that going and keep it strong. You have great allies there. If you want to agree to or you might agree to any kind of term links, Manitoba Hydro has not publicly said that we have applied for long-term licenses for 50 years. They have applied for long-term license renewals of Lake Winnipeg regulation and of the Churchill River diversion, but they've not said how long they want those license renewals to be. It's a very good bet that their intention is 50-year licenses, which was the case last time. And we're basing that on their application for the Kelsey generating station. They applied for a 50-year license. So chances are they're going to apply, and that's what they want for Lake Winnipeg and Churchill River diversion. If you agree, only do so under very tight restrictions and conditions. We've already discussed with leadership what many of those conditions could be and should be. Some of them were conveyed in a preliminary way already to the province back in March. Some, at least one, possibly two other, I'll call them First Nations because that's how they've identified themselves, are pushing for new hearings by the Clean Environment Commission. And we also are advocating that you consider doing that. It is a great way to get your views heard in an official way, where the province really does need to consider them and take them into consideration very, very seriously. We're also aware of I won't say new anymore, because she's been on the Clean Environment Commission. She's let's call it the new head, or the most recent head of the Clean Environment Commission. We're quite impressed with her background, and I'll read you from her bio on the Clean Environment Commission website. Some of you may have heard her name. Her name is Amy Kraft. Her bio from the Clean Environment Commission's website says, I'll just read it really quickly, she's Associate Professor in the Faculty of Law at the University of Ottawa. Previously, she was Director of Research for the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, Director of Research for the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. She's received the Faculty of Law's Distinguished Service Award, University of Ottawa's Knowledge Mobilization Award, and on and on and on and on and on. But also has written extensively about the importance, not just about environmental assessments for hydro projects, but incorporating Indigenous ways of knowing, Indigenous knowledge, Indigenous epistemologies, again, ways of understanding into those environmental assessments so that they're not rubber stamp assessments by the province or Canada. A wonderful placement, in our opinion, at the Clean Environment Commission, further suggesting the wisdom of having Clean Environment Commission hearings at the present time. Hearings to look into, once again, the Lake Winnipeg regulation, Churchill River diversion, and changing the law, finally. Can you zoom in on the blue slide there? Yeah, thank you. This is the cover page for what was called a Regional Cumulative Effects Assessment. It was published in 2014 and 2015, and it's a Regional Cumulative Effects Assessment for hydro developments on the Churchill, Burntwood, and Nelson River systems. It's about 962 pages long. There's a summary version of it that's obviously much shorter, but still quite long. That was 2014 and 2015. It was flawed back then. It's more flawed now. A new regional cumulative effects assessment could be done and could be Indigenous-led. You could also conduct your own, I think I'm at item number 7 on this list, things that can be done. Pimicikamak could conduct its own cumulative effects assessment just for Pimicikamak territory. The other thing that we're suggesting at number 8 is involving and educating Pimicikamak citizens at every step. That's part of what today is, but we expect that this work will continue. Corinna, can you zoom into the slide? Yeah, that one. So this is a slide, you can find it easily on Manitoba Hydro's website, showing all of their power sale arrangements with other power companies, including many in the United States. Back in, I forget when it was, certainly in the 2015 to 2018-19 period, Pimicikamak was really effective in lobbying some of those states to seriously question their power purchasing agreements with Manitoba Hydro. Remember about 10 minutes ago, I said one of the purposes for the Lake Winnipeg regulation is to produce enough power not only to supply Manitoba, but to sell. Hit Manitoba Hydro where it counts. lobbying US states right now, I understand, is a little more complicated for obvious reasons than it was about 10 years ago, but still something to consider. The leadership is also agreeing and intends on forcefully advancing all NFA claims with a new arbitrator. There has not been an arbitrator, or let's call it a judge, under the Northern Flood Agreement to consider individual claims and communal claims for many years. Just recently, leadership has sent in a letter to Manitoba Hydro Canada and Manitoba with Pimicikamak's preferred candidates for an NFA arbitrator. So the next steps are to come together with the province, Canada, and Manitoba Hydro to make one common arbitrator position vote. So that's advancing. We've also received instructions to negotiate high and low water level compensation agreements. We're working with John Duncan at Dell Projects on that matter. So many of you know there was an MOU, a Memorandum of Agreement with Manitoba Hydro for predetermined compensation when the water gets too high. I think it was back in 2012 to 2017, there was an arrangement, a high water level compensation agreement, whereby Pimicikamak would receive funds according to a predetermined mathematical formula when water level reached a certain point and went beyond it. But there's never been, to my understanding, there's never been a compensation model for low water events. And we're aware, we've been taught patiently by leadership and several of the Executive Council members and Pimicikamak citizens who are not on the Executive Councils about the consequences. It's part of the reason that we originally met Jackson Osborne, obviously. So that work is continuing. I mentioned a few minutes ago Sidney Garrick when we first met him. And he said to us when we were speaking about the Northern Flood Agreement, he pointed a finger at us and he said, don't forget to involve and include Canada. Most of today we've been talking about Manitoba Hydro and Manitoba, but as Mr. Garrick reminded us, we're also talking about Canada. Canada, as all of you know, is also still a party to the Northern Flood Agreement and should be involved and included. It is to your advantage to continue to remind the province of Manitoba and Canada that that Premier Selinger apologized, I believe it was in 2015. Here's a statement that he made as part of a much longer apology when he came to this community. He said, looking back on what has happened and on the effects of Aboriginal communities in Manitoba, I wish now, on behalf of the government of Manitoba, to express my sincere apology to Aboriginal peoples affected by hydro development. Continue to remind them that they've already acknowledged the problem and already apologized. I'm just trying to find the late Grand Chief Kathy Merrick's response to the Premier. I'll read it if I can find it in the next few minutes. We've been also educated and repeatedly reminded by your leadership and members of the Executive Council that you have already existing treaty relationships with the Crown. And important to remind the Crown, Canada and Manitoba about those relationships. Those relationships exist within Treaty 5 and also within the Northern Flood Agreement. While it is called an agreement, many or all of you know that the province has already acknowledged that it is a treaty, not just an agreement. We're aware that There is can you zoom into the study board report? Yeah, thank you. In 1975, there was a report done. It's still available easily online. It's called the Summary Report, Lake Winnipeg, Churchill, and Nelson River Study Board. It's a report from 1975. It's easy reading. It's not long. It's easily found. Just search Lake Winnipeg Summary Report 1975 and you'll come up with it. There are recommendations even as far back as 1975 that have not been complied with. And so we've discussed what some of those are with your leadership, and those conditions that have not been complied with have found their way already into letters that Pimicikamak Okinawan, the Executive Council, has sent to the province. I expect that the province will need a few reminders about those. We're also aware that, yeah, if you can zoom out, that's great. We're also aware that there are several different, I'll call them archives in this community, in people's homes, documents that may not be in Pimicikamak Okinawan offices or even in the band office. There are photographs. We're aware that Jackson, for instance, has thousands of photographs of potential great importance for future for political reasons and for legal reasons. It may be important to digitize those photographs. And so we've already discussed with leadership and Jackson that possibility, but there are other archives in people's homes that may be really important, especially now, to bring forward. We've already talked a little bit about litigation. I think Mr. Robinson earlier mentioned, maybe it wasn't him, but I thought he did mention injunctions, the possibility of injunctions. And so that remains on the table as an option, but it's also an expensive option. And if you do it with regard to the Lake Winnipeg regulation, Churchill River diversion, or even GenPeg, please consider doing it with some of your neighbors, both to save costs and because it creates a much more compelling and significant and substantial, I'll use the term story, but it's really a case in court. I anticipate that yesterday when Trip Your Law was here, Jeremy McKay, Brian Moronic, and is it Chris Saxberg? Spoke to you about the class action lawsuit for the transmission line failure, and they talked about it as a class action. A class action, they probably said, being a more compelling way to present a case, not always, but a more compelling way to present a case in court than just if the band sued on its own. In the same way, doing litigation with one or several Lake Winnipeg regulation affected peoples also creates a more compelling situation in court. Those are all the comments I wanted to make, other than maybe that last thanks. So this is a mural many of you have seen. I don't know if it's still up, but it was up is it still up? In Winnipeg. And it's a Manitoba Hydro mural that shows this girl and a very environmentally friendly scene. And it says, "We have the power within us." So this is Manitoba Hydro's messaging. And I would say, no, they don't have the power within them. You do. And now is the time to exercise that power. It's already being done through the Executive Council with the guidance and direction of the traditional councils, and we anticipate that that work will continue. But as I think Councillor Muswagan and Chief Monius mentioned earlier, and maybe Councillor Robinson, who was sitting on my left earlier, mentioned earlier, their work is infused by your energy and your direction. They take direction from you, Pimicikamak citizens. That's all I wanted to say, although there's an awful lot more that can and should be said about Lake Winnipeg regulation. But that's kind of where things are at right now. So an interesting, challenging, exciting time. And thank you very much for listening to all that. There's one question already. I'm on my way. My wife said I don't get any exercise, but here I am.
This is not a question, but I'd like to say that strategic moves are great. They help. Just for your information, I was the woman who went to GenPay on September 14, 2014, and it was exactly at 4 o'clock. And there were other stuff that me and my late husband worked with strategically. My late husband was Tommy Munoz, who I lost 16 months ago. And all those things on strategy that you saw there, we were involved in all of them. We were there. I started working with the Northern Flood Agreement in 1989. And then from there on, I've been involved for a few years until recently. And now, about consultation, I'd like to mention that again. Some people think that because we have an indigenous premier, they think that things will go better. Unfortunately, when things need to be changed in a provincial system, legislation, it has to go through a caucus and takes years. Okay? Just because a person's skin color is ours doesn't mean everything will go like right away, because he has to go through his own policies, and if he wants to change them, legislation takes a while for even for one phrase of any provincial policy. I'm involved in strategic moves with allies. The one that I'm involved with right now is Waniskatan. Mervyn Garrick and I are going out tomorrow to a public utilities board hearing. Hold on, I have to put this down again. And in this public utilities board hearing, okay, it says, and it was before our lawyers corrected the issue with the public utilities board. It says here that it says here about the public utilities hearing. Indigenous communities, especially hydro-impacted First Nations, have largely been excluded from participating in this process. So that's the province. And it is Wapkanu who said that. The biggest thing for this hearing was that it's an integrated plan, which will be in, they're gonna do a project in Brandon, natural gas, a 10-year program. So they didn't want us to speak. And sad to say, they didn't want people who don't support the project to speak on this. So when the consultation process goes on, then we have to really go with the law, the law, the meaningful and bona fide consultation really follow through. Because sometimes, and we've known before in our area here in Pimichikamak, especially about the licensing, they just went ahead without consultation. So it is up to us people to work together to get these things going and work for our needs and for the survival of future generations. Because right now the future generations cannot speak for themselves, so we have to do it. And we have to work together, unite, not to single any people out who are out there in the front lines of protecting the environment. You know, it's important that we do that. And I speak to some youth about this, and I believe that we should work together. So anyway, about the consultation, it's not what it is supposed to be coming from the governments. Thank you for listening. By the way, my name is Rita Muñoz.
I did see William with his hand up earlier. Oh, I just wanted to say, Mrs. Monias, thank you for mentioning Wanis Katan. I just forgot to mention them. And thank you for your comments generally.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Ito tamiskat nakakaniwa kumaganak. I'm very happy to say that it's always good to sit down and talk casually and sometimes formally. Before I support my brother Philip's earlier comments this morning about, quote, unquote, your words don't mean nothing to us. I'd like to elaborate on that. Because I totally agree to what he was trying to say. Not directly at the lawyers, but the laws of where they come from. But before I say that, I'm very thankful that I had the opportunity to work with great elders of the past. They're no longer here. But as I get older, I understand what they taught me, what they said in our many meetings, like this day and night. We'd sit down till 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. And I'd like to acknowledge Jackson, Rita, and my late brother Tommy, Darren. They taught me a lot about Pimichikamak, about the North Flood Agreement. And I also think about the late great spiritual leader Tepastenam. I've been thinking about him lately when I look at the Otter Island, known as AKA Cross Lake, of what my father said about this place. I don't know why. I think there's a meaning to it. Eventually I'll get it. But I'm starting to see. So in listening to yesterday and today, I feel great because we did all this work already. All the documentation is there, the videotapes. This is old news, but good news to me. And it's very refreshing. And in our language, it is said what my brother was saying. Consultation. What the white man says in accordance to their laws is what they call in their language consultation. And from their laws and from their perspective, as the Niniwak, not indigenous people, in Niniwak, we don't matter. And that's what my brother says. Your words don't mean nothing to us in reference to the governments. But the consultation process of the past to now has never worked for us. It was never on our behalf. It was for their own good, specifically on Section 88. That's how they get through. So, from our perspective, we have to say, meaning we do it our way. And we have been since the day of first written law. But what needs to be done to establish that power base from the leader's perspective under Pimichamago. And I say this with kindness and with respect to my leaders, to our leaders. All of you are grounded on sacred grounds. The greatest law is Umaaski. The greatest law is the land and the waters that we occupy. And the greatest law is our language. In accordance to our law, the leader of the nation is the spokesperson for the nation. So we understand what that means today. But now, our leader will have to act on that, live up to that. That's including the executive council members. We are grounded on Pimichikamak, not on Cross Lake Band of Indians, not MKO, AMC, or AFN. These are incorporated body politics that are agents to the government and to the crown, as per the Indian Act. So we cannot continue with a consultation process under the Indian Act and being agents to the government and to the crown. Otherwise, how can Canada consult itself over lands and waters? I don't think that's what consultation is all about. If consultation is for the people, then it's for Pimichikamak. Then the leaders will have to be and stay within Pimichikamak grounds. So I say effective today, in order to pursue the massive work and the process and the legalities, I say to our leaders, you're in a great position and you have my support. But as a former leader, as an elder, I say this to you. I want you guys to walk out and stay away from these incorporated body politics. You don't belong there. Your home is Pimichikamak. Get out of MKO, AMC, AFN. They have no business with our treaty and Aboriginal rights. They have no business with Pimichikamak. But you guys are. You're elected under our law. So we are in a good position as the executive council members responsible for certain responsibilities. You go to the four councils for approval or for discussions. And if they say meet with the people, then you meet with the people. That's your assembly. That's where you need to be. And in accordance to our citizenship law, I am not worried about Norway House. They could be within the Pimicikamak territory, but have we looked into that? Some of those people, like the chief said, are our people. So if that's the case, there are Pimicikamak people living in Coniseo CP. And they still have those rights in accordance to our law. And so are the other people living in Winnipeg and other places, or Bowden. So what you guys need to do is to have your own assembly and invite those people. And invite the chiefs that are elected under the Indian Act. And you can tell them as a spokesperson for the nation that you are responsible for the lands and the waters on behalf of your people. Like you always say, you're right, you're absolutely right. And that's what you should say to the other leaders. So, in essence to what my brother says, your words don't matter to us. They mean nothing to us. We're talking about the government, not the lawyers. But as people under Pimicikamak, under our laws and the more laws to come, we do matter. And we will continue to say we do matter. Because we're not going anywhere. We plan to stay here for a long, long time. So that's why I'm happy to say that it was good to sit down and have a chat. And like the lawyer said, to talk to me, it's good to have a casual talk. Maybe next time, let's have a campfire tea over Bannock. We'll get a lot out of that. So my leaders, I encourage you to take my words in kindly and respect. I support you, and I will help you, and I'll be there as much as possible to say what I need to say. Thank you.
Aku say, and Wesley Umberbo. I'm here from Cross Lake. I lived all my life here in Cross Lake. Ang mga piyano mo tamad sa iyo. Pimisko tamad tawag sa about this Minaiko River. Minaiko River kahit sigatik. I understand man namin lagi kalapat tama sa trap line. Holder my late dad, Silas Kisnigaso. Managadot chikitan skip ano. My brother Harry, and then Leo, and then me. Nagwasi ko talina ni Ganis kaya naman sa trap line holder. Okay, bisyo ba taman o mag-aasaske? Minaguri pa kasi kati nabigi wenutan eh. And abis yaman ang gawap mo kanyang pa bauta pa asti mo chik. Kataguta chik mijet pisyo eh. Pisyok mijet amiskok digawak. Idiwagi wenuta gaguspia. Kaya suma kikitawin no. Iguta ingis kista naman na micheto at aguta chik every winter. Ako may siwan nik. Watas kwa kita guta stigmatized. First, usahan po man 1,000 kita guta pero giskisan over 1,000 eh. Kung mi lagi ito mga sa 900 at nisipan niya. Niwag yung iwan utago mami nang gigas tapat yan ang mamanay ko sipya. Ano manos kaya sinago mo tigo tigo sinago niya. Along the shoreline gitsi mas wa mistiko ka. Gitsi mas wa mistiko gimanuna ko na aspete. Most guys would skip you, pay what book is speech pair. I was paying a 1960 to anime. I got to magic is Christiane. Yawane. I want to tag at this panicayo paper mo pangita ka na ita po. Nantay Ako ba paper mo magip mitsuan ko tagi sa sipya. Karaniwan tagi mitsuagi petawat siya wana tak minay ko sipya. Ego tagagan nagalaga dito mis ko sipanik. Ego na mause. Ego tagi papaning nipya. Egi manatak. Ego tagi pagitawa Carl Trump kitaw. Minay ko sipya pagitawa ya. Minitong yop manan yun may was kawanan epipon nagay ko tewani ayati pagitawa te. Moge wali ko sinipataw because the water that came from there, egi lipas siya mga nigasan ni Meniga lagi chigasit na ke. Porque no siya moge ko ane. Wala isuya to te. You had to leave that place. Wala get is panu magat is kipat sigani wa ko tai tro get is kipat sigete. Awas me ko tang get is panu. Glory to God. I'm saying that this panegate, and when I take Melagusipa, Sigate, Kiskito, Kisipigan, one. I could take it out to your trunk in leggy piece of a step at the other water. Now, Biki Gisipanugi is you, and I guess it's your up. I remember muddy river. Keep master one as ski with the Monsieur. I guess the drunken lake, all the way to drunken lake, and then to Menago River. It went up. It didn't just come down to this place, cross the say. Magamistry, was that's how fast the water was there. It affect the old Iomenago sheep in Monsieur. Can you skip you? I got those, can you skip one? Motors met the way tagane. You see one us, and he said the water level got big stick that was nigga acquire what just squawk, a miss squawk. Moge wa ko sitta wane kisiwana siyo kai true wane e wane me wane ko tege dis panu mine be pok na bit kiane male mote wana ni wage iskito ge spanya age gotte mi je to mango chigita go pana age nudi ta ngala puto na pausa ge nudi ta aska ge te ga pese na na taite inugi kiane ma kai true ge skipat chigete awe gi tet ma it doesn't affect that Minaiko River. Egi did the rest of Maramod to skate of top when it affected the Kiliski with Temina, Miskivenity Square Lake I got there. I will go I got there, soon tea got to woman I go see here. Soon tea, it's got there. I would take an eager, did not give an ear. Mr. Toski would take you an eager. Mr. Donkey pen the Pastiga and some guy tone. Mr. Gibbon the Pastiga. I want to meet the guy get the ship anyway. Kagina get ni sipan ako man say most ni si beta nagagano because si betyak ani daga si betyak mo ko ani pa pie pugo sa pugo utse agwa tagiwani ke utani sinyo tagi ni pas sigete ya wento se me gati ko tani uti sige asa 2 years more ni ko tani uti sigane because my health issues and skadagi motyawana se awe ko man ko sipe ay sigate ke na bit kiwe no tan pero magi siwana chita ki pensiona chita maga ina ne ga itone e me sto sige mawen ga pensiona ja ga ga gone quizás pinega me sto sige mawen ne que a veces no te kiwe no tan no panoma que te escondegan na que taskina we praise the Lord magi e wana mo ka mati palikta pues mas negati na pai putas kos Cadet lira Cadet certain people were put in a certain place, like we are in this place, is Canada, Cross Lake. Ay bas legat yun ang kita mo the Bible. Acts chapter 17, verse 26 was legat. Utagin na negaw yage. Because the color of your skin, ikutaw din sa itagos yan, itay sa gipagit negos yan. The white people, kahit itinay no padut they immigrate into our country. This is our land. It was given to us by Jesus Christ Himself. He created this world for us so we could live in this world, in this part of this country. Be destroyed by the immigrants or the people that came into our countries there. And with those, but you still have to work together to make things right there. Ako ano mas kahit tamay sa umaysa minago sipi kawiyati tu sigatik tamay nga do sigatik Egwana matagasun umagagi wote. Agani everything will be destroyed. Most of us migan hospital tagip mutamagan. Mutagip mas simagan gego ane wote. Because of the chemicals that will be used in mining, yeah. Mining at Sigatek, it requires a lot of fuel. It requires a lot of diesel. It requires a lot of gasoline. It requires a lot of chemicals that will be mixed together. When that happens, nothing will survive. Nothing. Even people will be affected by it. Eh? And this is what we thought tawat tagigo kanime. Misa tawat tagigo ke. Awiwa naman tawis lumagagi. Tapos panigi. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Magis panigi sa aspine. Ego sige Hispanic na bata po. Kaya siya bata man na picture ruta piag. Anus picture niya bata na ready taga bigan na may. Ruta ang ligay sigatek. I was a young man when I went to work there. I believe I was 17 years old, 16 or 17 years old when I went there. Agiti Pasko tayo where that that Lagos, we cut it out, and they're gonna train that lake. They're gonna train it out. That's what you're gonna stand in mind. I hope and bit mind. It was actually just taken in by. Why did you give you nigga in Agitom? When a guy catch my yagan, I was a mopiak master, they're all died. Because I was the youngest when I went there. If we was cast to scan. Because Netagan is a Mongoti Miska taking about who I was there. Because I was too young. I was even registered that I had to make registration for me to get paid. I want to make a job. I want to pay our case. Same thing's going to happen. Nothing will grow. No fish. No fish can survive that. If that happens, they're going to leave. I want to pay on a wapos kahit ite. Kahit wapos kahit that, mo siguro taga miskopis siya. You're not going to find a link in that area if there's no rapid. Because that's where their nourishment. If you don't find rapids, you're not going to find martins right there. If you don't find fish in that river, you're not going to find otter there. If you don't find a tree that will be living out that will get mystic on the shoreline, you're not going to find people there. If the weeds are destroyed on the river, you're not going to find no muskrat there. All of them will be gone. They're going to move somewhere else. If they don't survive, they're traveling, they're going to die out. What are we going to live on now? So that's the way we have to look at it. Somebody says that we are here to educate each other. And we are to educate each other. Here's what we need to do now in the last days. Whatever you have left, so little in this life. Because our nature is being destroyed by human. With a higher power, they could overcome anything without asking, without even asking. And that's what's going on with this life. Hey, was this? Because I have learned a lot. I have lived in this life for many years. I see a lot of things happening. I see a lot, even in our community. I was a fish in this place, tribe in this place. Now there's a lot of big difference with our nature. The one island there used to be a lot of trees there, a lot beautiful trees. Now you can see right through because they're dying out there. There's not enough nourishment. There's not enough water. When the water comes up, when the water goes down, it takes away all the mud. Yeah? Now the trees are dying. Yeah? And when the water goes down, where are the trees going to get their nourishment from? But there's not enough roads to go down to the lake. Hindi po maganda our environment. Hindi po magamit ang negosyo kaya. Without you, we have to fight together now. You cannot be no divisions anymore. Because elder guy did, like I'm one of the elders. I understand the nature. I work with the nature. I walk with the nature. I wake up with the nature. I breathe with the nature. I can even sing with the nature. Because I'm living with it. I'm walking around with it. Wherever I go, I travel in the water. The water travel with me. Because they're going to miss Kanamila in the summertime. That's my traveling route. In the summer, where the water will lead me, where my boat can go, I will get there with water. But if the water is too low, I won't be able to get anywhere. Those are the things that you have to look at. You got to try to look beyond what you can see with your natural. Because with your natural eye, you can only look so far. But if you look beyond, you can learn a lot more about what's beyond. We have to educate ourselves. Pag may tayo ay iskiloma to ay Westa si mama tunini tamage. The iskiloma our kids my ghost to my nose to mangista they're growing up. My sons, my daughters, what are going to live? What are you going to live on? If our I was like just kidding so we have to look to those people. My grandchildren are going to help me. They're easy, what's going to happen to me if I'm gone? What's going to be protecting them? Who's going to take care of them? Who's going to look after them? Who's going to feed them? Who's going to talk to them? Who's going to pray for them? Those are the things I worry about my family. Because they're part of my life. They came from me. They didn't came from monkeys, but they came from me. I'm a God-created being. And I have also as a man of Christ. I live with those things. I see those things. So I care about people. I care a lot about you people. Because we come and we go. We get sick, we get up. We get sick, we get healed. Those are the things we go by every day. That was my desire, is the glory to God. My desire is God's desire. Because I know what He wants from me to you. We are God-created image. Kiyusi ko naman to kita tayo siniga, mo pegi pagati ko na. And He wants us to live happy and free. Tamenoni tayo yak, kita menog yak, igagawa tayo tutagwa utas kiya. Hewa naman. I pray for my counselors, chief and counselors, and the people that are in authority with this community. We always pray for you people. To think about the people, to think of who will give you that power to sit and to lead us. Think about us and we think about you. Pray for us, we'll pray with you. Because we're going to live forever somewhere. It's up to every individual person to stand before God one day. And we're going to give an account. All of us. Not everyone will be missed out. Thank you, Marvin, for asking.
I would say good afternoon. I'm really glad that I attended last night's introductory of ayu's Gagawid Utamak against Canada, Manitoba, and Manitoba Hydro. I'm really glad we're pushing as a citizens of Pimichikamak. I'm glad that I learned some few stuff that I never heard before. The narratives are really good. And also that I wanted to recognize Pimichikamak Okimawin It's a very, very powerful, we're very powerful people, I should say. Ako mga kayo, I want to encourage the leaders, the leadership, my leaders, not to participate, exclude MKU, all those organizations. If we go there, we'll be weak. We know that. Kaasa ko sa Uchipes, from there on, anuchuta, we should exclude the organizations outside because they're from federal government's funded organizations. So we're going to be weak if we're going to go there. Keep running there. Isipegwan, I ask you, let's stick with our Pimichikamak Okimawin. And thank you very much.
Okay, I just wanted to share, Umayo, there's a documentary in 2011 by David Suzuki, and it says here, it was a study by this young couple, young man. It said Lake Winnipeg he said, I didn't realize that if you flush your toilet in Calgary or Banff, it eventually is going to work its way to Lake Winnipeg. So these toxins are going to work their way to our lake, because when you release water from Lake Winnipeg, that water comes through Genpeg. So we already have to drink that water, and we treat our water, but that water comes right from Alberta when they flush their toilets. Now these toxins are very toxic. And are we going to allow that to come through Minago for the benefit for a nation to have billions of dollars at the cost of our livelihood, like what Wesley said? It comes at a heavy price, and we've paid a heavy price with the Manitoba Hydro Project. You know, our water has been low. Kids can't even go far to swim. You know, they've had all kinds of rashes. They've injured through rocks, to stepping on things in the lake. You know, are we going to allow that just because we want Norway House to benefit? And there's a lot of trap lines involved in that area. There's a lot of people that hold the licenses there where they consulted. You know, they need to know. And I've only spoken to 2 that didn't even know what was going on in Minago. And they're actively involved in their trap line. And the other thing is that we need to stand up for our nation as a people. Cross Lake, you need to rise up. This is going to affect our nation. This is going to affect the generations to come. Just for money. Money is the root to all evil. You can have money, but don't let it have you. But we have to protect our nation, our livelihood. Hydro can even use that against it. Why should I pay you? Look at the toxins coming from Inigo. They are very sly. They can withhold. They can withhold that money that they owe us. because of the project, the mining project. And we don't want that. We want Hydro to pay for all the damages they have caused our nation, while they sit in their offices collecting millions of dollars while we suffer. And where were they when the lights went out? They had people here. They didn't go around helping. They could have went to homes and to check up on people. They could have done things, but they didn't step up. We hardly stepped up. I had to advocate for people. I drove people around, advocating for them. When I tried to get a hold of leadership, I said, take a bullhorn, go around, see who needs help. There was 3 young guys in a home, no heat, no food, because it was just after Christmas, right? And there's no when welfare wasn't around. These are very serious problems that we're going to face more of if we allow that project, to begin to come through our Menaigo River. It's not. It's how do you say? I don't know how to say it in Cree, but it will not benefit our nation. Our land, our livelihood. And we don't want that, and I pray to God that, we win this environmental case. Because we don't need no more destruction to our waters. It's already at a low water level. It's dangerous to even commute there in the wintertime, because I know my husband holds a trap line there. And he has to go through slush to get there. And with all the toxins now, that's right, they barely kill anything. The trees are dying out because of the lack of water, like Wesley said. They live there. We don't. You can talk all about Menaigo, but if you haven't been there, you don't know what you're talking about until you actually live off that land. So with that, thank you for listening.
Hello. Ito miskat no. Mensikamay niya. Kibia no matame. I welcome the 4 councils, elders councils, sa youth na kayan. Ugmawin, Chief Council, Executive Council. We support you. Thanks for your help. It's an honor for me to make a presentation this afternoon. It's a long time coming, but she knows that. Go out there, homie. See this picture? Go to the topic on the turn black here. Come on back to the woman. Finally, thank you to the lawyers. Thank you very much. This picture here, to us as Indian people, it means nothing. It's just a picture. Jackson over there, I didn't see it. But the Canadian people, like the lawyers, engineers, it means a lot. It means a lot. It touches their hearts. Kaya naman ay niya ka much. When I saw this morning, I texted my family right away to see this. It fell in my heart to see this photo. Kaya ko na sabihin to this picture. My late dad. Look at my t-shirt. Look at my t-shirt. That's my late dad. This was taken May 1st, 2001. Kiski 2. That's my late dad. I just want to say, thank you, my late. Without him telling me in 1987, 88, kagi pa ako ang LSP. Crossley was tried up 87, 88. My dad never went to school, but he was a trapper, a fisherman, a prayer warrior. He worked for water resources, natural resources, hydro, from Lake Winnipeg to Killam Island. He worked there. And he said 1987, 88, the water was so low, Nelson River was dried up. Tinagi pa ako ang Nelson River, Michigamak. Kasi sino ito, Nag-school yan in grade 11, drop out. I would drop out grade 11. When I said to my dad, look, Dad, where's all the water going? It's all dried up. The mighty Nelson River. I said, come with me down the lake, down the river. Hapitan na halfway na kaya. Okay, pick. Well, nasip I went down to the bank. The mighty Nelson River, halfway from the other side, you have our side, that's a narrow channel. Pa ako kisite, yung sa ilang tawas wiki, kagibentan sa kawasag right, sa iba katwe, asibet sa halfway. Hode di po yari, pa ako kuma. Ano yan pa, yaso, itero sipino, nagipa ako. And I said to my dad, Dad, where's all the water going? To me, I thought it evaporated or went down. And he says to me, like a beaver, he built a house, he says. Well, so there's something downstream called Chelpec. All the gates are closed. When the gates are closed, on the other side, Norrie House, Lake Winnipeg area, there's lots of water. It'll be flooded. And that's downstream from Chelpec to Churchill. If the gates are open in the downstream, the water's going to be so low. I said, I didn't know that. And he said to me, my son, get yourself a camera. Take pictures. It's going to get worse in the future. It's going to get worse in the future. Take a camera, take pictures, videos, and tell your story to everyone. The Canadians, anybody, with school, universities, Awasak, tell the kids what's happening to our water, our tree rights. So that's the reason I'm so happy about this picture here. This area here, Mama, you see water. I might take a jumping point, eh?
And that picture is the same area that picture that I'm holding is 1988. There's water here. In 1988, the same location, there's no water. That's how Genbank operates. And if it says the water changes, man, in New York, New York, that word, the water changes, it changed everything across the lake, right from the shoreline. I've been wondering, taking pictures from 1988 till now. I got all the evidence and proof to take Canada to the court, province, and hydro, do it as one nation, one voice. I've been jumping all over the place here. In 1977, 78, when Genbank started in 1972, before that, like what's happening in Menago, same process happened in Genbank. They started the project in Genbank before 1972. They started already. And the chief and council wanted to stop it. It was too late. They would have stopped it if they wanted to. Same process with Menago, what's happening. Genbank about to make health Kiminosan. Genbank was so beautiful before the dam. The elders would say, "Cool college, that's also our dish." I kung tunagan nan. Where the causeway is, and the Genbank Dam, it was just a river flowing. This side of the Genbank, where the water falls, that's where I used to hang crab smokefish. Lots of beautiful sand. There were lots of muskrats. Lots of muskrats. The elder told me. You can hear the muskrat like singing. There were so many muskrats at that time. On the other side of this causeway coming across lake, on this side, that point area, there used to be a lot of sturgeon. A lot of sturgeon. That place was so beautiful. The elders told me this. And I'm fortunate to talk to you like this because I learned this from the elders. Our laws. I was there from day one. There's a lot of things. But going back to this, the shoreline is all landscape has changed. Maybe to Sinawan. When you see this now, notice when Manitoba Hydro it says the water will go down 678.8 feet. This level of the lake is expected to fall 6 inches to elevation 678.3 feet by the fourth week of the month, and then rise 4 inches to elevation 678.6 feet by the end of April. Now, what does that mean? These announcements come from Winnipeg. They come from Winnipeg. And I get them on the radio at the ban office, and I send them to a radio. And these are an announcement on radio station. Well, what is 6 inches? To this day, John Duncan knows this. High water mark, where is it? On the shoreline, where is it? High water mark. Service land, where is it? On the shoreline, where is it? I've been following this one since 1988. I've seen no markers. The water goes down, up and down. Young people are fooled by the shorelines. Pagkat yun yung kawasak na si Bentimik. Aske ni Skipek, aske Pago. So not such I would tell you. It happened to my nephew. And I was there. A party that's na si Bentimik. Pago. Next month, 2 months, water comes up. What was the highest level I came across Lake? 2005, 2011, 2019, 2023. The lowest water level I've ever seen was 87, 88. This is all documented, pictures, videos. Kasi nito na, muni asik ay sigatik, muni asik. Ako tayo siya pakok. Missionary sa puwaga amik. No water. I have this on videotape. Me, my late friend Sonny Scott, and Tony Paul Blacksmith. Back from the shoreline, across the other side. All dry land, no water. Right to north end. Then all of a sudden I saw someone coming running from across. A young man running, jogging. From the other side, Sagawak, Aspin del Sibabadali, Sipologaspin. On a mighty Nelson River, I tried up. A young man running. Now, how much is that? How much are we going to charge hydro for that? Kids cannot swim. Fishermen cannot fish. Trappers cannot trap. You got to enjoy your fishing, your luxury, boat riding. You got to go far away. Look for water. Our burial sites are flooded. See, I've gone to Spit Lake, Dropline area, North Water Lake area, Zip West, Chenpeg, Minago, 2 Mile, 8 Mile, Kishitoga River. I've been there, taking pictures. I know what these guys are talking about. Our friends here. I've been there, been documented. So what Hydro has done, the license to kill. License to kill. I want to tell you also, Lake Winnipeg, when the water is up to 715, they have to let water go for Lake Winnipeg. Why? Because the people up in the north and south, they're crying. Oh, we're flooded. We can't fish. Our colleges are flooded. So, let 10 gates open. God will show many people to husband. One thing I'll ask the lawyers on a license. Does a license stipulate if the water is so low in Cross Lake, we say, oh, that's it, open the gates. The license that is saying anything about if the water is so high, Lake Winnipeg, if the gates are open, if Cross Lake is so low, they'll put on something like open the gates for 1 inch to 2 inches, so the water be coming Cross Lake. No?
Haven't looked at the conditions of the license for several months, so I don't know the answer.
The reason I said that was We made a presentation in Winnipeg in February or March with Mayor Bob Smith. And that's where I heard this. He said, when Crossley was so dry, I realized like Winnipeg coming, water. There's still in a license that stipulates that anything can be done. Kasi sa mga pa ako sa Cross Lake, natutulde ito na ito ang mga pag-ibaya ito yung gates. Mga mas na ito yung license ko sa ito, mga gayon. Nothing. Yari I want to let you know. I was with the MCC people of Winnipeg. Mennonite Central Committee are helping us a lot. We were following this Assiniboine River and Red River. All murky. We need Pagamik. And I Samak. Right to Selkirk. Michelle they need Pagamik Winnipeg. What I did on Jonathan Neufeld. You know what, Jackson? All you see is river. Red River, Assiniboine. All this river ends to Lake Winnipeg. Lots of farmers' sewage dumped to Lake Winnipeg. And you're the only people in Manitoba, northern Manitoba, that drink water from Lake Winnipeg. Now imagine that. Go down Chiago Siak. Kinaba minigaw matsapo. Fishermen eat up more Winnipeg, fishermen from Manitoba. They're concerned about Lake Winnipeg and Manhattan pag ito. Same issues. People from Cumberland, East of Heaven. They're concerned about Lake Winnipeg. Hawat Chiago Siaki. Matsapo. Asa mga kasa, which is patagiskan tabi, 1930, kasi tayo ang paway si President Susu, right? Tagipastek. Kasi ay tayo butik Matsapo. Where did it go? Tataw si Kiskenta man. The late Ukimao, George Hamilton. Minsan ito ang imisus may bitigat. Ewan ni Pwede ko ang Matsapo, kita pa rin ang isenyo. Now, Hudson Bay, Tante Ice Springs, Nurse Station, Tante, Natural Resources, Tante, Simagansak, Tante ay tapang nipe, so Nelson River. Niyo ba ito, Marcus, ako siit ka na sa Betimi, kasaka siya pipes. Siya siya, Tante. How should the Lord do them? Mati mo start to. Aro stuff. Kasi tagay You know what? My family, my milk, are and for the future of the kids. Ako tutaman. Kaya ba man siya siyan? Ako rin siya siya kayo siya ba? Materi siya ba babi siya wala denitin. Manasi tano siya pa si tano dinani. That's our history. One lawyer said to me, Jackson, you have a multi-million-dollar business. Your pictures and archives. I'm not friends here too. A guy from Africa. I used to my friends saw. Same thing that guy said to me. What's your Jackson? You're treasure antique. Yung I take my stuff, my archives, my pictures. Yago kitig. Oh, about to do the picture. Got a lot of money. Millions of dollars, how about the pictures, my pictures. If you can't pay the engineers, the lawyers, the consultants millions of dollars, I'm sure you can pay me the same amount too. not your own people. Right, my friends? Aray sa kayo ito, pa mo yung siksi. Ay, ito pa mo yung tiro sa ito. Maya, mistuoso. Kami sa usuli, kami kisuli namin, no. So we're going to start using our own people. When you give talk, fisherman, Nayamik, isko ako, isko kawasta, Kayamik. Talk. We need your help. Muminewag. At semok. Egi muminewag. That's all we need. Come on, your government. Iskata ko sa mga pinisiyis ko tayo, electricity. I was part of the late Toyao, sacrificed that he was an electrician. I got to type up the crown rods for the cable, the wire to the houses. Nina Kayao, my niece Barney. Kasi timansin pa ng Chenpec, power to bet ako mga hydro bulls. Babay ko na Swenyo, 1968. Ako na yun papa. Huwag makita ko na huwag mga ano. Apoy, every hydro bull is going to be put on reserve. Dig a hole 4 to 6 feet underground. They're going to charge hydro for every pool that they're going to put in our territory. My father was a counselor in 68. And the former chief said, no, boy, no, never mind. They offer us $8 a month hydro bill. $8 a month. To this day, we can't find that letter. We can't find it. We can't find it. Then my research, I can't find any documents or letters that in which I had the NFA with the cross lake. But I heard my friend, the late George Sam Ross, they had a meeting at a church at the United Church. The parties went there because they knew the church is holy. So the people not get mad, the Indian people not get mad or swear. So that's why they took that meeting to the church. My late friend had to say George Sam Ross. I want to start on I'm so happy to tell you part of the story. Kitimagin ako na sa 20,000, kitimagin ako. 1 inch, 2 inch, pagiting na sa 20,000 cross lake. Amat suni agad hydro. Kawa tunog, ipailan ko tapos pagkutas, tekewan. Nag-isikot teke, magutek ni pa, sige pa nyo. Kina na tama sa takita mga 1 inch. Mas namaman ito hydro $35,000. Monte pa mo. Ay mas sinama mo ito mga na ako. Look at the picture. I want to take God's creation destroyed by hydro, the license. They'll never repay us back. And they did buy man of hydro Winnipeg. I'll take you all over the swing. Raymond was there too. Calling I think I was hydro to stop you. There are 2 workers from hydro said, payment came out was $16 million for non-payment of hydro bills. He said, none of it help you. So I said, I'm going to ask a question. So I got up. I took 3 pictures. And I said, okay, you say you have 16 million? Here's the 3 pictures. Look at them. Environment damages. God's creation, you guys have destroyed this land, our land, by using a license. How much is it worth? Tell us. I said, we don't owe you nothing. You owe us millions of dollars. You never will pay us back, never. That's what I told them. When I was in Winnipeg for 5 months, evacuated, I went all over Winnipeg telling my story, Muma, water and power outage, to the Mennonite General Committee. Ate Mustago, ano trabajo hydro. University of Winnipeg. Ito mo, lagi pastek. So when I asked my friend Philip Beardy here, the Pemana Istiga by State, regarding my pictures, I'm also sitting in our meetings. But we're talking right now about, we'll look at something about the pictures, my pictures there. Stay. Itimay na our territory, itimay na. Amis ko any picture, kung sa 1999 na iyak, marveling sa kay Kansisi 1999. Kung sa minsan sa any picture, kung sa it's go ka naman, March, April. When I talk to fish biologists, why are all these fish contributing to Tanan? I did. Winter kill. You say na winter kill, I take. I give me saskatik. I got water to a stack down. There was no oxygen for the fish. I need to with it. That was their opinion. The late John McLeod Jr., he went somehow, a fisherman. Watch it though. Watch. Wasn't it? So that's just a brief of my story of my lifetime as a photographer in Cross Lake. Kaya ba tiga wasak with Schooliyok University Spuite, our history of Michigamak. When I'm long gone, one or two of my grandkids to look after it. I don't know who. I'm preparing for that. But life is short. Life is short. Tomorrow is not promised. Tomorrow is not promised. Ito niyo, kasagi, tuwag, love one another, forgive each other, and work together. In 1977-78, when the Northern Agreement, Northern Committee formed, it started from South Indian Lake at Niskapachigan Hydro. And they formed a committee. How did they do it? By one voice. By one voice. When I just the market, the late William Thomas. Sigurdsson was there. The last one I'm going to tell you is 1981-82. There was a big meeting at the community hall. 4 parties were here. Us, the province, Canada, Hydro, arbitrator. The issue was slush. Kagimin na ipmatay na niya ako October, November, kagimin ko. Hydro, yan, muna ni Nano, you didn't create the slush. We didn't create it. Muna na ito tamak. Ano hearing sa yan, yung taga-community hall, 81, 82. Elders were talking, Michet. Pagipas yung ano.
Mr. Jackson, are you? Part of the claims is those kind of stories that the lawyer will put together as part of their interviews that they're going to do. Part of this presentation was to create a framework of the steps on consultation. So we want to try and get back on track, and not to disrespect the story you're sharing here, but we need to try and finish some of the high-level stuff on the agenda that we're trying to follow. And I apologize for that, Aguayo, but we value the videos, the pictures you have, but that's when the lawyers will have time to sit you down, to tell that story, to share that story. So for expediency of time here, that'll be the first step, and they're going to reschedule their meetings again to sit down with all of you as citizens on that process, on the claims moving forward. Okay, just wanted to share that.
Mosega gente yemi hagan to no chanda. Agora nós mostrata que já one 82. Kita was an arbitrator registry. We beat them. Out of that slush, that's why we got the arena. Because we beat them. And we can beat them again. So guys, it means to come on there, I am it. And so now you get man to the province in Canada. We know how to die. We know. License will kill. It's like you're saying, I want to say that to start and brief my story. Mr. Gavani, I want to make. You can see me, you can call me anytime. If you have any questions, answers, if you haven't seen my pictures, my videotapes, call me. I'm going to go with John Duncan tonight to Winnipeg, 7:30. I'm going back to Winnipeg. That's kidding. Thank you.
Part of the presentations we're doing here is the educational piece. We really value your input, your perspectives. Mita na yung kisani sa mga tewanay it's Wesley Amperville. His perspective and what he shared with us was very powerful. Tuigan ka sketiat sagmanagi si pigis kwet sugo pigis kwenyo dispute pe mamopit. They talked about the land, how the land was their home, how the land was their superstore, the land was their pharmacy, everything like that. And it just shows traditional knowledge, wisdom, how it domino affects the environment. You know, when one thing gets affected and so forth. Just a quick snapshot here before you go. On the map you see. Okay, while he's working on his projector screen here, consulting with the chief here, for time and expediency, there's so many issues that we've covered in consultation. Because Ayumina, unfortunately, we have another passing. I mean, it's not an excuse, but to respect that process as well. We're going to reschedule a few of these agenda items for another time. The forestry consultation process, we're going to schedule another date specific to that one as well. The election law amendments, the governance, we're going to have to table that issue alone on its own under Pimichikamak laws and policies. The Gegyougatamak right from those Red Book 1, 2, 3 and all our laws, because times have changed, governance has changed, Canada's laws have changed, provincial laws have changed drastically, environmental rules have changed. So we're going to have to revisit everything to see what it means to us, how it's going to affect us, and especially with Trumpism all over the world, how it's affecting global economy. And like Fuji said it all, summed it up, people are going to have to come together here again. One voice, one people, one nation. This is the start of a series of meetings moving forward. So, but I know it's an educational op-ed. This is the Treaty 5 territory in Manitoba. When treaty was made in 1875, that's how small Manitoba was. Okay, this is what the Pastenum negotiated when he entered into a treaty, but we don't know where Canada got the authority to recognize land for itself. Okay, and this is where all the Indianak communities live inside the Pimichigamak territory. Literally all of Treaty 5. There's about 16 federal municipalities sitting here. We need to be clear. Indianak communities are not nations. They're federal municipalities. Tapos kutsumota historically, niki ko naguskit sigata umota. Kahit ito na niki ko sipi. Okay, niki ko nagus Pimichigamak. But the Mistigo is in across Lake Manitoba, Canada, just like you say Canada and the Canadian government, we say Pimichigamak, Okemawin. Okay. See, registered trapline zones. When you talk about that Minaigo mining, inside the traditional territory of Pimichigamak, under provincial jurisdiction, registered trapline zones. That they call a nation and a territory. Remember, 1930 Natural Resource Transfer Act was created by the province with Canada, transferring powers to administer lands in trust to Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. Case said, just because you hold the lands in trust doesn't mean you own the land. You still have to go back and consult with the original people of that land. So those are the fundamental issues that we wanted to touch base with this whole presentation. Consultation framework. Because this is your sovereignty through inherent jurisdiction. What this simply means is, what did you inherit? The Father of all who put us on this island. And this goes back to this stuff here. Our origins, our foundation. What happened to us? What Canada created is at the bottom here. What the treaty was supposed to be is all in red here. So there's a difference between a relational road and a transactional road. Relational means the treaty promises. Transactional means it's a give and take in a legal process. Just like the two-row wampum belt that you see here. Just like two brothers, two boats. Two different jurisdictions, peace and friendship treaty forever. Respecting sovereignty between nation of tribes. These two roads, the red road and the dark road, because of what's happened. And this is the Privy Council order in March of 1877 by the Privy Council office after the Pastenum treaty. Because it's not the band who made treaty, it's Pimichigamau as a people, as a tribe, as a territory, and as a nation. Ako ego menyo ke miset ka miskuta agi ka nung si. Inuga su gapait mit sigamayno hispiga mamawit. And this gentleman, Nelson Mandela, summed it up for greatest. Our deepest fear is that we are not inadequate, Gita. Our deepest fear is we are powerful beyond measure. Not our light, not our darkness that frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? Actually, who we are not to be. You're a child of God. Playing small doesn't deserve the world. There's nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure about you. Kagano ay miniguisyak, tatagastes kamwago kawasak, niga nigise. The biggest question mwagok to tunigata mwagok, get natsusto taya tsagaskino that they can call home into the next 100 years moving forward. So egoniyo taya age, tatikanopa tamagan realistically, the governance system that's been put in place there right from 1996 first written law to the other 4 laws, it's time I think we revisit everything and you clean up you and update our governance. See what we can do to make a better future and give hope to our people, our nation. So go more to this step here, and the lawyers have presented here. And that's why we brought you this consultation process here. We've been listening. People may think we don't listen, but we actually do. That's why we brought these steps forward to you after we put it together. Ayumi nagot tage gonu tais panyum. Ayo. Umagagi pitinanyo agmeskano tayo 374, for example. Province at the papagitnak permits. Ayun, taut nigate te gravel legusise on NFA selected lands. Ako maitas te NFA. Segi nosu na Cross Lake Pantanieskia because they were free and clear of encumbrances. Now the province didn't want to transfer them over to the federal people to survey it to become formal reserve, 40 years in making. Okay. Then the province went and issued permits to allow Shrilkiewski and company to go mine the gravel there. And we said, Jesqua, wait. Gitana, ne? These are NFA selected lands that are protected under Article 3. They said because it includes all mineral rights. They said, Muna ko ka get tianega utinewi at tuskaya ko kung tinimina na because you guys promised to employ our people to the maximum possible extent. Tagamina asinyan utepan Cross Lake Pan, tagamina housing and umeskanage. So he said, before we can concede to consent, you're going to have to agree that the krashista mutmitsigamaino tagawi Cross Lake Pan tasinya ngitanan because it sets dangerous precedent by the province issuing permits, quarry permits, they're putting an encumbrance on those lands. If you allow him to get away with it, all province, he's going to keep on doing it to the other land selections. So that's what the lawyers are working on as well as part of the whole land exchange process. So these are all part of those consultation processes that the lawyers are working on because John Duncan and them with Dale and Mit Nortoga, Kia Oki Pitti Ogo, but these people came and underbid by $8 million on this Highway 374. They didn't even have a chance to win any numbers there. They underbid Kaitonyo. So that's the issue right now with that 14-kilometer stretch. What province egiten tagoni putati sepe putnat kita sinimin ogega metonata te pamuat Cross Lake Band for using those land selections. Tuscat, Mid-North, and other people that want to work in this project. So just to give you a brief update on that 374 as well. So the lawyers have been consulting with the province on that as well. So these are anything to do with Kitaski, requires them to respect the rules to consultation. Even under Article 9 of the NFA says bona fide and meaningful consultation. They cannot, if there's any alteration to the project, they have a duty to consult. They just can't go ahead and do whatever they want. That's why they responded to the letters we sent out. So they said, well, can you allow us to extend it for 1 year so we can sit down with Pimichikamak, so we can work on a consultation process for those Lake Winnipeg Regulation Churchill River Diversion licensing application. With this process, when it comes to this licensing, we're going to have to force the conditions that's acceptable to the people on that consultation process. For myself, I apologize, but I'm going to have to excuse myself because I have to take my grandson to the highway who's got a medical appointment. But that's the comments I wanted to make about that whole territorial issue with the chief.
All right. We will reschedule those other ones, the governance issues that we were talking about, and including forestry consultations. I know that I'm losing my co-chairs. I think we'll close it off, but I know that it's very important that we hear from you what you think. So we'll take that into consideration when we meet with the lawyers, because the lawyers are really really wanting to get that feedback from you guys. And I know they have to leave pretty soon too. But also, I see a hand up over there. I will give you that opportunity to ask the question. All right. Yeah. Do we have a mic over there? Yeah.
Okay, thank you for all the information that you have been providing in the last 2 days. It's a lot of information that we have to absorb. I'm just asking about the timeline. You asked for input. What timeline are you looking at? Number one. What kind of response? Is it written, verbal, whatever? Like, how do you want the community members to respond? Is it gonna be done by a questionnaire? Like, that's the what kind of input are you looking for? That's the question I have. Also, when you're looking at the timeline of having everything here, what you need to do, that's a lot of work. A lot of work. And a lot of things that were going through my mind was, okay, how is your team going to put all this data together? How are you gonna assess it? What is the timeline? What kind of information are you gonna bring back to the community? And what expectations do you have from the community members? Like, maybe if you send something ahead for people, for community members to look at, to read, to understand, to absorb, and then we can respond appropriately. The other thing when I'm looking at teams, and one of the things that popped into my head was subcommittees, but I know we can't go that way. Looking at people from our own membership to assist in working with you. I'm sorry, I don't trust the government, with everything, with history and everything like that. But those are the kind of things that kind of popped into my mind. Data collection, how are you going to do the data collection? Is it going to be by surveys, workshops? And I know you said interviews. Who's going to do the interviews? Those are the kind of things that kind of popped into my mind about that. And again, time frame. The expectation of the time frame, how, like, you're gonna throw a lot of things at the community members. You have to look at a time frame, like January, February, March, April, May. Like, what kind of, like, all the data, everything like that, that's gonna be collected, like, and has to be documented, has to be assessed, it has to be put in those binders and that. So it's a lot of work. And maybe you should just set out a timeline of the expectations, like what I'm trying to say is document what needs to be done in a certain amount of timeline, like what you need to do in January, what do you need to do in February, what do you need to do in March. And it would give the community members and myself too, like an understanding of where we're heading. And there's got to be an end game. There's got to be an end to this, like what exactly is going to be happening. And I know you have to push the court system as well, and that takes forever. Like, how can we speed up that process as well? You know what I mean? Thank you.
There's going to be work plans put together by the legal teams. There's the legal aspect of the work plans, and they're going to be bringing experts in as well, whether it's an economist and engineers like John, an hydrologist. There's so many factors we're going to have to look at. Our job is to facilitate the legal counsel and the other experts that are going to be required to work with our people. Because a claim is about telling our story, okay? Some of it, this consultation has been happening for 150 years. It's not going to stop. It's going to keep on going after our time. But it's what we do to prepare the framework in preparing this roadmap for our people. Because like we said before, we're not going to be sitting here forever. Whoever the successors are moving forward, that plan has to be broad. And the same with the legal counsel and the team of consultants we're going to assemble in addressing the claims and grievances we have. So some of it will be compensation, some of it will be litigation. Environmental is the big thing. The environmental piece will be the big piece. That'll be the epicenter of how it's going to affect us. It's not just mining, it's hydro, it's forestry, everything around. Because if we don't get these particular investigations done, we are not going to know how our water is going to be impacted. Because without water, there's not going to be any life at all for people. Okay, just like what happened to Temenog, Northern Alberta, everything looked good on TV, but there's numerous documentaries that happened. Women as early as 30 were dying from cancer, from the fracking of oil and gas and polluting of lakes and everything. Okay, they were leaving a bunch of grandchildren in the care of grandmothers and grandfathers. What they faced. So to get ahead of the curve, our people may want to invite some of those people to share their stories and how they've been impacted. So that's just from our side, but I'm going to give it to the legal counsel to respond to the rest of the information.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. A few things right off the top of my head. When we are not here, it's not my place to say this, so I'm going to suggest this to the traditional councils, to the executive council, so that they can transfer ideas to us. Second, every time we're in the community, grab us, teach us, tell us where you think we're going wrong, tell us the ideas that you have. Sydney sat down next to me and started writing some notes, and I don't know why he was writing some notes, but I looked over his shoulder. I'm not supposed to, but I looked over his shoulder. I suspect that before I walk out of this room this evening, he will pull me and Corinna aside and say, you need to do this, you need to. We welcome that. It really, really helps us. We recognize that we're not here every day, we're not here every week, we're not here even every month. We hope to see you more frequently. And when we are here, please do that. It really does help. I'm wondering, we've never discussed this with the Executive Council or the traditional councils, but I'm wondering about the possibility of even kind of a forum with us by video. We find that that kind of thing really helps. Not just a survey, not just that kind of written feedback, but hearing from you, meeting you, hearing your story, and having you teach us, and to repeat what I was saying before, correct us where you think we're going wrong, when you think we're misspeaking or we're not understanding something or we are missing something. The quality of the work and the power of the work that we can do for Pimicikamak citizens is so much better if we not just understand, but if we feel who you are and get a sense of that inside us. I know that's not entirely answering your questions. I'll echo what Councillor Muswagan was saying. This continues. There is no end date. We're hoping for a really active next few months in terms of Lake Winnipeg regulation, Churchill River diversion. There's no need to wait to do the same kinds of submissions and same kinds of lobbying and advocacy for the Crown and right of Manitoba, for the Crown and right of Canada, with regard to changing the laws, the things that I was speaking about maybe an hour ago. We're expecting that the next few months will be pretty intensive with that. So I know I'm answering and not exactly answering your questions, but I think it's the best I can do in this moment.
Okay, thank you, leaders. Just want to, you guys have anything you want to say? No? Want to get at Sydney? You want to say a few words? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to give Sydney a few words to speak. If you can share your wisdom and your experience.
Thank you, Chief, Council, General Public. Tamis kat no ano sa isiga. Imitate na we pa sa ripe tutia. Mga kutagi ke ko ne ginu citan. Tami ko ani stani na. Egi cisni han pesis kya pesagi. Pachi chiga chiga ye ache. Luci chiga chikni na. Aganot tulim mageni ta ano magani mutamak. Tuni magues nteniten. Ito magani minagawa na swini no itap miwaw tani multa maguma binago to tigis nanat tawini ak tansigati siya pinigak biset to licenses kanteni tawana. I'm sure there's a lot of statements that was already made this afternoon, but I certainly apologize for being late. And lawyers, thank you for coming in to hear our side of the story. There's a lot of issues. I always say, Canada, take Canada to court. I remind you on that. It's very important to take some financial resources from them. I said this to them last night as well. Get an interim order to get our costs so we can pay your costs on this work that's required. Manitoba Hydro, nasa mistayat tayo. Interim licenses po giyayaw. It had only interim licenses on Lake Winnipeg, Kelsey. They want permanent licenses. Ito ananta mo ine mga kaniyasang yanimultianan. We met with the lawyers here and we're preparing to fight those licenses. And I want to mention a couple of things. On June 22nd, Canada invest $21.6 million in kind of clean energy for CIC Nation. And also, Prime Minister announced historic $70 billion clean energy agreement with Quebec, Newfoundland. And that's 14,000 megawatts. So Canada is completely doing these things before we can start consulting the issues around the issue, because it will affect us in the long run. On a federal species 5, that's another animal that we need to deal with. And I'm sure they want to do the fast track and do it less consultation. And I bring that attention to the people as well. So the chief, about a year ago, walked out and he didn't support And he didn't sign that resolution because he said, I need to consult my people. E when he told him, Bill C5 kanimutaman, most of the Chigapo is tam kitugi Kiwa na you, most of the food to Kita puta tayo may tinimak umotse monasuin. Tinatatagis ka ako. Kaman tutago na kito. Nas kumayo yung kimagan. I thank the chief for doing that strong stand on that issue in regards to Bill C5. And it's officially known as One Canadian Economy Act, Royal Assent, in June 26, 2025. It's already passed. It also kind of deals with the free trade and labor mobility Canada Act. Mistake one animuchiga teota, even Building Canada Act establishes streamlined, coordinated federal approval process for designated natural interest. They're going to process it and designate it as a national interest. That means less or no consultation. That's a major issue. And these are such as energy, housing, resource infrastructure. Pipelines kani mo chigate, ewan ni magkakatapatan Bill C5. The features provision for early consultation with indigenous communities backed by double indigenous loan, $10 billion. Ego kikiyap pinaw na sunya, tagiapat siya na sa singit tenimano. Ego niya siya pinat, ukimawin, tamasitwa sa mina, tamaskatwa. And the other matter that I need to bring to your attention in regards to potential impact, environmental oversight, strictness of project consultation timelines. And again, it's really affects us. Now, the other item I need to talk about, mention again, is Natural Resource Transfer Act. I said this before. Oh, this water is ours. We own the water. We did not specify that water on any particular documents in treaty, as well as proclamation of 1760, even with the Indian Act. And I say also specify that water is a treaty right. We own that waterways. And the water means a lot to us as people. It's more just to travel. It's more just drinking water. It's to do with all environmental issues, wildlife, and natural resources. And Canada unconstitutional. They did that unilaterally without any support or permission or to give him any particular item on that basis from Pimitsagamak. We maintain that water is ours and not Manitoba. Manitoba is generating revenue $157 million a year. We should be the ones generating the revenue, not them. Because they stole that water without our permission. Again, and again. The wrongdoings that are happening. And I just want to highlight in that sense that we need to start developing a process for ourselves in Cross Lake. Lawyers, thank you for working with us, and thank you for listening to the matters that are very important. And I'll walk with you on your shoes, and you can borrow my moccasins. You can walk with me. Sige na, commit na. I think totally. Sana.
Hello. Ayun makita matanong yung mga council. It's all of you, eh? Tapos, pimitsi ka magmas ko. We're strong. But we still have to work with other governments. We cannot tie you up under one process. Because I'll tell you, this happened to us the past couple of years at Mid-North. Our chief was involved. Our national chief was involved. And ISC was involved because we couldn't get through. So we had to use the chief and the national chief to get to ISC. And it worked. We can't stop. We can't stop by working with other governments. We have to work with them. Because they're the ones that control the funds. What happens here, the jobs that you have, that's all federal money. So we cannot tie up our chief, our council. We have to work together to achieve our goals. Within our community and with the council, and with all the people that we work with, such as the lawyers and the consultants and whatever we have, it's a big team. So, because we can't do that.
Thank you. I think this brings us to a close for, thank you for the comments. Philip, thank you for the comments. I'm going to close off the comments, but I'm going to ask for closing prayer. So by closing remarks, tomorrow we'll have another meeting on justice policing. Please come again. Come again. Because we have to talk about that important aspect too. Gada mo tamago consultation na sigate pegaget sa bigayag at yung start sumigat isa pinigyak ang sige tutamag ang sige kasi mamay listut tamage yon minta mamay tapagut tamage yon minta mamay ayo nasku na mage yon tamamay super tage yon ito to monas egenage matse panigo monas se mage yoga gerigon Buenas noches. Kaya sige mo na tapos pa niyo yapits. Tapeta tapos sa nago temies. Huwag tabi estamag yun. Ego na, tayo namin na binabat siya. Ebi estamag yun, so yusta, page it, skip it, wow, okay? You know, as a chief of the nation, I take my role very responsibly, you know, for Pimitsikamak. Pimitsikamak would deal with lands, rights, governance, and stuff like that. That stays as Pimitsikamak. We will deal with that as Pimitsikamak with the NFA, land rights, and all that stuff. What gimina nawayak? What's the guys gimina nawayak? Never. We don't give that up. I want to say, because under the law, it says under Section 25 that I must have record for the band and band business meaning. So I still have to work with the band. I still have to work with the corporations. Like these guys that work have corporation, they're a corporation as well. Tile projects, they're a corporation as well. Those are corporations because you know what corporations do? They help you. They support you. They don't govern you. They support you, they resource you, they assist you. That's what they do. Don't make a mistake thinking that they govern you. They can never govern you. MKU can never govern you. AMC can never govern you. AFN can never govern you. They're not rights holders, and they will tell you they're not rights holders. They're corporations. That's what they are. They're just there to help you, assist you move forward. I can tell you, I'm very proud of this man right here because he was counselor, he was chief, he was vice chief of MKO, he was grand chief of MKO. And you know what he did? He helped Pimitsikamak, he helped Cross Lake, he helped all the nations work together in unity because we all have the same concerns. There's drugs and alcohol coming after us, there's policies coming after us, and we just stand united, say, no, that's not going to help, that's not going to work. You're not going to get Norihos to come against us or split the game comes against us. We're standing united. Does that mean we're giving up our sovereignty? No, we're not giving up. Never will we give up our sovereignty. Once, kahit depende miswag mo, ikas kapag itnena, no? You know what I mean? We will never give that up. We stand as our own nation, but we still also have the band. We have housing there. We have education there. How many millions are there? We have social development, welfare that's there. We have daycare. We have kids programs there. We have NIGAN. Those have to be taken care of still under the band. And we do that through Section 25 of our law to take record for that. Under Pimitsikamak, we must work in consensus. That means everybody has to agree. If one person disagrees, it doesn't move forward. So we have to make sure we try to balance everything. Balance everything to make sure we are working in a good way, in a smart way. How do we use the band? How do we use Pimitsikamak, whatever it is that we're fighting? So let's not get clouded, right? When there's government, there's scattering of nations, chiefs get together, there's government officials there, and there's money there. If you don't go there, the money will go somewhere else. Those governments are not going to come to the cross like, hey, do you guys want money? We have to go out there and fight. We have to go fight for that money. A lot of you guys go traveling to all these defense. Guess who's sponsoring those things? AFN, MKU, AMC, SCU. We don't have you asked to go there as well. You participate in those things. Money comes through the band and you want to go this way or that way, and we sponsor you through there as well. So we have to make sure that we know what the difference is between Pimitsikamak and what is the band. Pimitsikamak will always come first in our lives, in our government lives. We will never give up our sovereignty. We will never give up our treaty rights. We will never give up our land. We will never give up our water rights. the first law is the land. Ninay na, the first law is God. First law is our inherent right. Winagi miniwago tatayag mantu. That's the first law we have to look at. So with that, I'm going to say, come back tomorrow. Come and share again. But minata nago get this. Aywa, we know yan kanas no sto at sige niyo uti niyo gemawa. Mina not no sto at sige stigo siyo gemawa. Mo mapasi siga no ya puta minatik. Pitsi pigo namin minatik. Ego na ni kapento tamatik. Tepe ain sa tapento tama tepe minatik alimeno. Kitatse mon guys panigwak. Ego na ni ammunition. Ego na ni pasi siga na tapas itatik. Pugo ego na ni tayag. Taminaw. Kitong tapet ako sa mga. They're going to come back again. We're going to get more information for them. We're going to make them stronger to fight for us. Cadet said, let's take them to the court. And that's what we're doing. We have to start fighting this in court. Asa kita mas kabang kayo na na kayo sa kaya sige so our rights I guess tamago yakan the treaty. You know, annuity is $5 so to get so there are different nations going after it. And they're gonna go to court on behalf of all Treaty 5 members because we didn't do anything. They're gonna do something, and we're not gonna let them. Yep. I think you must say I never said. Yep. Yeah, the letter's written already. Never said it. Puta que pescabagani. Mga gusto kasi te para ko si tu te aga naman yung kita me kaya kita. Pero tayo yung maskupit taman. What's in nina te tona? Kina no gumagita no kita kina no mapugo. Tagitu tamaso agisa. Under the pivot sigamak under the band kagano tapat sita buga gano. These are our ammunitions. They're gonna we have to strategize both ways. Okay? Utego tsina tsino stoana anak, mino utego tsina tsino stoana anak. Kapas kinona anak we will win. Ego se tinimak wapa peitak mega kayo mo simagan siga na binagam kay paniga ginigon. Pagsuo Tapasok waga sa umay sa guys panigwa ga kinara te pinekta diya tatun tamagon kinara ga simaga sa tana gugutas kasman simaga siga na gya safety officers ba po pito sa nege. We have to have our own police force and we have to work towards that. Ego se kananas kumatong ka sipa pe gino ta. You know, I really appreciate that listening. And give us that direction. Sometimes we have to argue, but that's good. That's good because we have to hear both sides at every side from right, left, you know, middle, north, east, west, south, from all sides. That's the only way we'll get stronger when we get one message to the government. So I thank you for being here, Jeff. Karina, thank you for coming. They came all the way from PC. So for them, when they got here, it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. They were just tired. And I know that's where they come as well. The Dow projects, John, and also Desiree. So thank you again, Desiree and John. Thank you for being here. You know, these are our allies. Our allies. They're going to help us out. So let's not shut them out as well. Like I said, thank you everybody. I'm going to ask Sandra, can you do the closing prayer for us for the day? But so you guys know, Tete, asa nag-announce yun na yan? 6 o'clock announce yun na yan. So, when you hear the passing of the person, please pray for them and pray along. Okay? Oh,
Kusuma, it is a Pamaka meeting, and an Askomuan is to be here, and an Askomitako for all of you being here, Kaida Tukamagan. It's so important for us to come, to be informed, and to support our leadership, and to respect all feedback. Because the duty to consult is very important, providing information to our community, the people, especially the young people. So you young people, you come to meetings so you can learn and be informed. Thank you, Jesus. Let us pray. First of all, let us pray for the bereaved families in our community at this time. For our people when we lose loved ones, so we keep them in prayer for strength and comfort. And for each of us here, watch over us and keep us safe, especially our team here that will be traveling home. May they have a safe trip home. And thank you for everything today. Thank you for all the work that is being done for the benefit of our people, our nation. Lord Jesus, watch over our community, watch over all of us. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
have a good evening. Thank you, everybody.
Huh? See you again. Absolutely. Thank you.
I forgot it.
I hope.
Here, Hammer. Yeah, one cover for the